Hello teams, my name is Frank Merrick. I'm the director of First Robotics Competition. Welcome to the Capital City Classic, organized by three great teams, 1678, 2073, and 3859. They've got dozens of workshops and panels lined up for you over these next 2 days on so many great topics, and I was really honored that they would ask me to say a few words at the start of this, what's going to be a wonderful event. Hey, we've got a great season for you coming up in First Robotics Competition. It probably won't include events, and we've already said that it's unlikely that we're going to have in-person events in 2021. We are going to be reevaluating that in January, just so that we can see, has the world situation changed enough so that we can safely have events with the virus situation, of course, that's going on around the world. And let's just say that nothing really can substitute for an in-person FRC event with all the excitement and energy and just all the emotion, ups and downs, and that go along with it. Really, nothing can beat that. But we've got three great new challenges for you this year that you're still going to really enjoy. And for the most part, they can be done fully remotely, which means that you don't even need to get together with your team to complete most of these activities. Not all of them, but most of them. First up, we've got the First Innovation Challenge presented by Qualcomm. You're going to get a chance to ID a real-world problem, develop a solution, put together like a business model for it, and present it to a live panel of judges. And this is a very open-ended challenge. All the details are going to be coming out later. Actually, all the details will be coming out January 9th on kickoff. But it's going to be very open-ended. You're going to be able to pick something that you're really excited about, work on it, and present it to the judges. I think you're really going to enjoy that. Next, we have the next challenge I want to talk about is Infinite Recharge at Home. It's really got two different parts. First is a skills challenge where you're going to be able to put your robot physically through its paces at your home site, your build site, or your school, or or your garage, or wherever you have room, and show us what your robot can do in a series of sort of tasks. I don't want to get into too much about what's going to be going on there, but you're going to see that at kickoff January 9th. Now, in that case, obviously, you have to have team members kind of getting together, but you need to make your own choices on that. We're not saying do it or don't do it, just something you need to really think hard about, whether your personal situation means that you feel like you can get together with team members. Even if you can't, though, you're still going to be able to participate in this challenge, because the other component is going to be a live judging session where you will be able to present to your judges, present to the judges information about what your robot, what its capabilities are, how you designed it, and all the sort of technical details that go along with that. And that's something, honestly, you don't need your robot to kind of do. I mean, you could do with, if you have some photos or some CAD drawings, you want to make a presentation, you could do all of that remotely as well. Next up, and maybe I'm very interested to see how this is going to come out. I think this might be the most exciting element of all, but we'll see. I think all of them are pretty good. But you're going to be able to submit an FRC game design to FRC. It's the Game Design Challenge, and who doesn't want to design an FRC game? Nobody. Nobody in the world doesn't want to design an FRC game, and now is your chance. You're going to put together a concept. We're going to have some set ways for you to kind of submit that. Every team that submits this in this particular challenge is also going to get interview from a live panel of judges. So it's not just a documentation review. You're going to present your game design concept to some judges. Now, the top 20 or so teams from that submission level are going to go on to be interviewed by the FRC staff game designers. So there's another interview level that you get to once you come out on top on this first level. And from those 20 or so, we're going to pick 3 or so that are going to go on our game design shelf. Now, our game design shelf isn't an actual shelf, it's an electronic shelf, of course, but it's the source of our concepts that we go to every time we need to design a new game. And so what this means is that X number of years in the future, you may see your game or elements of your game in an actual FRC game, and how exciting would that be? And of course, when that happens, we're going to be saying, by the way, we pulled this game off of our shelf from the Game Design Challenge competition that we had, a few years ago, and that, I'm sure that's going to be really exciting and satisfying for you. So in all three of these challenges, they're live interviews with judges. You're going to be talking to judges for each three of these, and you could pick and choose which ones you want to do. You want to just focus on one, you could do that. You want to go for all three, you could do that. It's like a grand buffet of kind of what you'd like to pick for what gets you excited and what motivates you to go forward with this. On top of these three challenges, of course, we're going to have our traditional submitted awards like Chairman's Award and Dean's List and Woody Flowers Award. There's no way we're leaving those out. And so there's still going to, even if we don't have in-person events, there's still going to be lots of fun and excitement for you to join in. So, like I said, we may not be having in-person events, but there's so much for you to do. For more details on this, what you can do is go check out the FRC blog that's titled Detailed Information About the 2021 Season. There you'll find a link to the PDF. That PDF link will show you the different names of the awards and what types of awards are available in each of these challenges, as well as some other details. Now, it doesn't give out the full details on what you're going to be doing and what we're asking you for, because we're saving that up for kickoff. So kickoff is like, you're going to find out, what is this skills challenge? What do I have to do in the skills challenge? Or you're going to find out on January 9th, and I hope everyone turns in. I hope everyone tunes in. And I hope everyone joins us for the 2021 season, for it's going to be such fun. Also, I got a note from one of the organizers that asked me to make an award announcement, and I said I would be happy to do that. I'm just going to read off what he had sent to me so you can see what award we're giving out here. Capital City Classic has always awarded one outstanding contributor as Volunteer of the Year. Traditionally, this has been an adult who would be recognized during the event. This year, of course, is not very normal, but we would like to maintain aspects of our traditions, which I think is a great approach. Keep those traditions going. In this case, though, our Volunteer of the Year is a student, Apurv Mishra, of Team 1678, who, as the Fall Workshop Coordinator, has done the bulk of the work to organize the actual workshops, of which there are 30. Since we have no other good opportunity for an award ceremony, we're asking you if you can announce Apurv as a recipient of this year's Capital City Classic Volunteer, and I'm happy to do so. Congratulations, Apurv. It sounds like you did a lot of work putting this huge set of workshops and panels together. I'm sure it was very well deserved, this award. And volunteers, of course, are the lifeblood of First, and we couldn't do it without you or any of the other many volunteers that contribute to making this event, plus the entire FRC season, happen. Thanks, everyone. Great luck. Have lots of fun these next 2 days, and hopefully someday I'll see you out at events again. Take care. teams, my name is Frank Merrick. I'm the director of First Robotics Competition. Welcome to the Capital City Classic, organized by three great teams, 1678, 2073, and 3859. They've got dozens of workshops and panels lined up for you over these next 2 days on so many great topics, and I was really honored that they would ask me to say a few words at the start of this, what's going to be a wonderful event. Hey, we've got a great season for you coming up in First Robotics Competition. It probably won't include events, and we've already said that it's unlikely that we're going to have in-person events in 2021. We are going to be reevaluating that in January, just so that we can see, has the world situation changed enough so that we can safely have events with the virus situation, of course, that's going on around the world. And let's just say that nothing really can substitute for an in-person FRC event with all the excitement and energy and just all the emotion, ups and downs, and that go along with it. Really, nothing can beat that. But we've got three great new challenges for you this year that you're still going to really enjoy. And for the most part, they can be done fully remotely, which means that you don't even need to get together with your team to complete most of these activities. Not all of them, but most of them. First up, we've got the First Innovation Challenge presented by Qualcomm. You're going to get a chance to ID a real-world problem, develop a solution, put together like a business model for it, and present it to a live panel of judges. And this is a very open-ended challenge. All the details are going to be coming out later. Actually, all the details will be coming out January 9th on kickoff. But it's going to be very open-ended. You're going to be able to pick something that you're really excited about, work on it, and present it to the judges. I think you're really going to enjoy that. Next, we have the next challenge I want to talk about is Infinite Recharge at Home. It's really got two different parts. First is a skills challenge where you're going to be able to put your robot physically through its paces at your home site, your build site, or your school, or or your garage, or wherever you have room, and show us what your robot can do in a series of sort of tasks. I don't want to get into too much about what's going to be going on there, but you're going to see that at kickoff January 9th. Now, in that case, obviously, you have to have team members kind of getting together, but you need to make your own choices on that. We're not saying do it or don't do it, just something you need to really think hard about, whether your personal situation means that you feel like you can get together with team members. Even if you can't, though, you're still going to be able to participate in this challenge, because the other component is going to be a live judging session where you will be able to present to your judges, present to the judges information about what your robot, what its capabilities are, how you designed it, and all the sort of technical details that go along with that. And that's something, honestly, you don't need your robot to kind of do. I mean, you could do with, if you have some photos or some CAD drawings, you want to make a presentation, you could do all of that remotely as well. Next up, and maybe I'm very interested to see how this is going to come out. I think this might be the most exciting element of all, but we'll see. I think all of them are pretty good. But you're going to be able to submit an FRC game design to FRC. It's the Game Design Challenge, and who doesn't want to design an FRC game? Nobody. Nobody in the world doesn't want to design an FRC game, and now is your chance. You're going to put together a concept. We're going to have some set ways for you to kind of submit that. Every team that submits this in this particular challenge is also going to get interview from a live panel of judges. So it's not just a documentation review. You're going to present your game design concept to some judges. Now, the top 20 or so teams from that submission level are going to go on to be interviewed by the FRC staff game designers. So there's another interview level that you get to once you come out on top on this first level. And from those 20 or so, we're going to pick 3 or so that are going to go on our game design shelf. Now, our game design shelf isn't an actual shelf, it's an electronic shelf, of course, but it's the source of our concepts that we go to every time we need to design a new game. And so what this means is that X number of years in the future, you may see your game or elements of your game in an actual FRC game, and how exciting would that be? And of course, when that happens, we're going to be saying, by the way, we pulled this game off of our shelf from the Game Design Challenge competition that we had, a few years ago, and that, I'm sure that's going to be really exciting and satisfying for you. So in all three of these challenges, they're live interviews with judges. You're going to be talking to judges for each three of these, and you could pick and choose which ones you want to do. You want to just focus on one, you could do that. You want to go for all three, you could do that. It's like a grand buffet of kind of what you'd like to pick for, what gets you excited and what motivates you to go forward with this. On top of these three challenges, of course, we're going to have our traditional submitted awards like Chairman's Award and Dean's List and Woody Flowers Award. There's no way we're leaving those out. And so there's still going to, even if we don't have in-person events, there's still going to be lots of fun and excitement for you to join in. So, like I said, we may not be having in-person events, but there's so much for you to do. For more details on this, what you can do is go check out the FRC blog that's titled Detailed Information About the 2021 Season. There you'll find a link to the PDF. That PDF link will show you the different names of the awards and what types of awards are available in each of these challenges, as well as some other details. Now, it doesn't give out the full details on what you're going to be doing and what we're asking you for, because we're saving that up for kickoff. So kickoff is like, you're going to find out, what is this skills challenge? What do I have to do in the skills challenge? Or you're going to find out on January 9th, and I hope everyone turns in. I hope everyone tunes in. And I hope everyone joins us for the 2020 win season, for it's going to be such fun. Also, I got a note from one of the organizers that asked me to make an award announcement, and I said I would be happy to do that. I'm just going to read off what he had sent to me so you can see what award we're giving out here. Capital City Classic has always awarded one outstanding contributor as Volunteer of the Year. Traditionally, this has been an adult who would be recognized during the event. This year, of course, is not very normal, but we would like to maintain aspects of our traditions, which I think is a great approach. Keep those traditions going. In this case, though, our Volunteer of the Year is a student, Apurv Mishra, of Team 1678, who, as the Fall Workshop Coordinator, has done the bulk of the work to organize the actual workshops, of which there are 30. Since we have no other good opportunity for an award ceremony, we're asking you if you can announce Apurv as the recipient of this year's Capital City Classic Volunteer, and I'm happy to do so. Congratulations, Apurv. It sounds like you did a lot of work putting this huge set of workshops and panels together. I'm sure it was very well deserved, this award. And volunteers, of course, are the lifeblood of First, and we couldn't do it without you or any of the other many volunteers that contribute to making this event, plus the entire FRC season, happen. Thanks, everyone. Great luck. Have lots of fun these next 2 days, and hopefully someday I'll see you out at events again. Take care.
Hello, my name is Lana Wong. I am a senior from Team 2073 Eagle Force Robotics. I will be your moderator today for the Virtual RoboCamps presentation. Before we get started, I just want to let you know that you can ask any questions regarding to this presentation in the chat, and then we'll address those questions in the Q&A session at the end of the presentation. So without further ado, speakers, can you please introduce yourselves?
Hi, everybody. Really excited to be here with you all. My name is Mike Corsetto. I am the lead technical mentor for Team 1678 Citrus Circuits. I've been mentoring the team since 2008. And specifically, I've helped start our Davis Youth Robotics Outreach Program, which we'll explain in a little bit, and been involved in a number of the other outreach initiatives that the team's had over the last 7-8 years.
Hi, my name is Ellie Kim. I am on Team 1678 Citrus Circuits, and I have been on the software scouting sub-team for 3 years. This year, I am the RoboCamps lead coordinator, and this is what we did for our virtual 2020 RoboCamps.
Awesome. So we're going to talk a little bit on a higher level about outreach, and just try to take a small step back and think about why we're doing this overall. So we're going to focus a little bit later on especially our virtual RoboCamps and how we got there. But for us, outreach projects are means to an end. And so specifically, what the first thing that we encourage all teams to do when they think about outreach is why do teams do outreach? Why does your team do outreach? And for us, we have a team motto: educate, empower, excel. And specifically on the empowerment point, we think a big driver for our outreach initiatives is how are we empowering our community, specifically in STEM and STEM education. So we like to think about our community and say, okay, so like we look at the community makeup. What needs does the community have specifically? Are there any acute needs in the community? Any gaps that we as a FIRST Robotics team can fill? And then are there any specific programs or skill sets that we have that we can utilize to fulfill those needs? So we'll talk a little bit more about some of those programs. The other question that you can ask too is a lot of times, especially if you're a newer team and maybe you're thinking about outreach or you've been doing outreach for just a couple of years, there may be existing organizations in your community that are doing really good work that you can partner with. And so the other question to ask not only is, what can we do as a team, but you can ask what are other groups in our community doing that we can get involved in and support and maybe expand. So I can give you a little bit of an example of how this looks in our own community. So Davis Youth Robotics, we call it DYR for short. That's our envelope that covers 3 different branches of youth robotics in our community. Obviously, our whole program started at the FRC level with the high school robotics program. We have one main high school in Davis. We have a couple of smaller charter schools that feed into the main high school. But we only have one FRC team in the community. And obviously, that's only serving 9th through 12th grade students. So in 2013, we looked and saw that there was a need to get students involved in robotics before high school. And so that's when we started our first FLL team. And that FLL team eventually rolled into a 3-branched youth robotics approach in the community where we have RoboCamps, which we're going to talk about a lot today. But we also have a program for schools where we support teachers starting either robotics clubs or integrating robotics into their classroom. And then we also have a league branch of the Davis Youth Robotics program that's focused on forming a AYSO Little League style league in our community where we support parents that want to start robotics teams after school with their students and their students' friends. So all 3 of those programs, were started out of this need that we saw in the community to get pre-high school students excited about STEM and about robotics. A totally different approach to outreach that resulted in a unique program on our team is Shelter Finder. Shelter Finder is an app that helps first responders locate open beds at homeless shelters. So specifically, this was a partnership with existing programs because we aren't starting a homeless shelter, but there is a number of homeless shelters in our community and the towns around us that we interviewed, partnered with, kind of learned about the issues they have, and then developed this app based off their feedback and the feedback from first responders. So this was something where we saw the ability for our team with our technical know-how. We have a lot of students that can do apps and programming and stuff like that to be able to support an existing program in the community. I'm going to hop forward here. So all that's really great, and we've really enjoyed being able to build these programs up over the last number of years. But the pandemic has obviously thrown a wrench into everybody's plans. I know Frank mentioned how the first season is changing for 2021, and there's a lot of exciting new things. And I think FIRST is actually a great example of an organization that is trying to think creatively about how do you run a robotics, really a STEM inspiration program in the middle of a pandemic. Because really FIRST ultimately isn't about the robots. FIRST is about inspiring students to study science and technology. So for us on 1678 and every team that is looking to make an impact in their community through outreach needs to be thinking about how does our pandemic approach change or how does our outreach approach change for a pandemic? So obviously, first question, does our program require in-person interaction? We know that the virus isn't spreading over a Zoom call. It's spreading when multiple people are in the same room together. If the program can possibly be modified, what would those modifications look like? And we'll talk a little bit about some of the programs we've done that to. Sometimes, kind of the uncomfortable truth is not every program can be adjusted for safe operation during a pandemic. A good example of this is our Citrus Service program, which is focused on helping teams at competitions get their robots fixed or get their robots up and running. And we have a specific crew of students that's committed to that one role. We can't do that outreach when there's no competitions. And so that program has had to essentially be put on pause during the pandemic. But with that program being on pause, we have some bandwidth available to maybe support other programs. So we might be utilizing the people that normally would be preparing for events and participating at events in Citrus Service. Maybe we can find other ways for them to build in the community. So then the other kind of the flip side of the coin of putting programs on pause is with the pandemic and quarantining, there's actually like somewhat of an opportunity there. A couple of the aspects of those opportunities, we found that students can sometimes have more free time, particularly if a lot of their extracurricular activities have been put on pause outside of robotics. Maybe that frees up more time. And rather than just having that time go to maybe, another couple hours of playing Among Us with your friends, like maybe that time can be put towards developing, programs or developing resources or preparing for when, in-person things happen down the line. So we have a lot of free time to work with. And actually on 1678, a lot of that has looked like putting more effort towards better training and better like online training for younger students on the team. So a lot of our veteran team members who normally would be more involved in-person outreach events in this time of the year have been putting more of their time and effort into preparing presentations and lessons and stuff like that. And then we have a plan to actually, maybe upload those later so more teams can benefit from that work. Online software like Zoom and Hangouts, I know we're all getting very familiar with these platforms. They're very powerful. Another really cool thing about these platforms is it actually allows since everybody has started to move to online meetings in some sense or another, there's a good opportunity there for inter-team networking. And a great example of this is 2468 Team Appreciate has their first in focus series. 1678 was actually invited to participate in it back in I think it was late spring, early summer. And 2468 was really making an effort to say, okay, we're all getting used to these online meetings. Why not connect teams through these online meetings? And so we actually had a really great private session, just our team and 2468's team, where we got to ask each other questions and just have a longer extended conversation outside of the first in focus series that was broadcasted. But that's another great example of a team thinking about, okay, this pandemic is obviously changing how we do things, but maybe there's actually opportunities here to make connections and build up our team and inspire more students through these virtual meetings. So really cool stuff there. Okay, so I think I actually covered some of these things. One of the additional, I don't want to spoil what we did for RoboCamps because I think Ellie's going to talk a lot about the details, because I think RoboCamps is one of the ways that we've made some really drastic changes for the pandemic season we're in right now. The Compass Alliance is another thing that I haven't mentioned yet, but it's an inter-team program that we've started with a bunch of other FRC teams around the world. What's actually kind of ironic about Compass Alliance is we've been meeting since 2017, and for the entire time we've been meeting, we've always been a Zoom call online program, because the Compass Alliance is a group of teams from around the world. We're not going to be able to regularly meet in person. And so when the pandemic hit, our meeting schedule for the Compass Alliance actually continued as it was from the beginning. So the Compass Alliance has focused a lot more of our time and a lot more of our cumulative team resources towards creating more documentation and a couple of new things that we're hopefully going to be announcing in the next 3 to 6 months. But we've been able to focus more time towards Compass Alliance initiatives because a lot of the work was already virtual, and we're able to continue to build up those programs and start new things within the Compass Alliance. So like I said, there's obviously a ton of drawbacks, and this pandemic has been hard on all of us in one way or another. But there's some opportunities that if you're working hard at it and you're looking at your team structure and your team's resources, identifying ways to continue to move forward even in the middle of a really hard situation. So this is kind of draws out what that looked like for us. And I mentioned before, so obviously Citrus Service, all events are canceled. That is a red. We cannot continue with Citrus Service as the way it is. So we're moving those resources into developing training content and possibly content for the Compass Alliance. And the Compass Alliance continues as it was going before because everything's already online. And then for RoboCamps, it looks kind of like a hybrid of the two. We can continue RoboCamps, but it needs to be altered significantly to continue. Okay, and last thing, this is not going to maybe come as a surprise if you've been watching what a bunch of first teams are doing, but especially when the pandemic first hit, there was a really sudden need for personal protective equipment. And I think a lot of FRC teams saw that, and there was a lot of stories of teams filling in the gap and providing that gear. I think that obviously there was a mixed bag with the PPE push that we saw in the first community. I think there were some really well formatted, responsible efforts that were put together. And then I think the unfortunate thing is the excitement of that particular initiative. You hear stories of teams that snuck into their school to grab their 3D printer, without their school admin knowing or something like that. You hear stories like that where teams are not following proper safety protocol in order to make PPE. So that was not what we wanted to do on 1678. So we specifically, found ways to utilize existing resources that we had outside of the school or if we could get school approval to have a teacher on campus, we could utilize school equipment. But we did do some work, developing or producing some small amounts of PPE. And then we also, it goes back to supporting existing partnerships. If you see in the bottom left-hand corner, there's a 3,000-pound roll of plastic. And back when the PPE craze was happening, there was a big push to make a bunch of visors, but plastic became really hard to find. And so I was able to connect with a group down in the Bay Area that had a relationship with Coca-Cola. And if you don't know, Coca-Cola uses a lot of plastic because they make a bunch of soda bottles. And so we were able to get a partner there at Coca-Cola that donated this full spool of plastic. 1678 wasn't going to be able to make enough visors to use all this plastic. And so actually a majority of this plastic was donated from us over to another group making visors in the Sacramento area, a city right next to us that had a lot more bandwidth and more space on their laser cutters to make a bunch of visors. So that was another example of our program partnering with other existing programs in the community to make an impact without having to do all the work ourselves or come up with all the ideas on our own. So so that's just a little bit of another story of work that was done. But again, actually, all of this in-person work was done by adults on the team, and really only one at a time for the most part, because of the safety issues there. So it's not gonna be the right fit for every team, and it's important above all else, like Frank says, none of this is worth risking your safety over. So safety first in all things, including pandemic outreach. Great. Ellie?
Awesome. Thank you, Mike, especially for introducing us to all the outreach that we do on Citrus Circuits. So we have a question for you guys, and we want to know, has your team ever hosted a robotics camp? So that is the main type of outreach that I'm going to be talking about today after this poll. So I think Lana, our wonderful moderator, has probably put it in the chat by now. So you can just respond, and then we'll show you the results in a few slides. Right now, nobody's responded because it was just sent out. Great. So what are our RoboCamps? So in 2019, this is what our RoboCamps usually look like. They are in-person summer camps with like friendly competitions and smaller pairings of kids. As you can see in the picture, there's 2 kids practicing driving a robot, and that's like a typical pairing you'll see during our summer RoboCamps. The camp days are from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. and then the counselors are loosely assigned to groups to make sure that everybody is working together and everything's going well. Usually everything will have like a competition at the end of the week, and there will be little tasks and challenges in between to make sure that everybody's working on their robots and having a good time. But as you can see here, there are a lot of people in that room. So that's not feasible for 2020 and our pandemic. So when COVID-19 hit, we realized that we did have enough time to modify our RoboCamps program because the pandemic shutdown in Davis occurred in March, while our RoboCamps programs start in June. So we had enough time, and we figured, hey, you know what? Let's try and change this outreach program and make sure that we can have a safe and welcoming environment for everybody while still making sure everybody has a great time and learns robotics. So what changes did we make in light of the COVID-19 pandemic? We realized that we needed to follow stay-at-home orders, and we needed to adjust our price ranges for all of our tickets and stuff to actually get into the camp. If you remember in the earlier slides, Mike was talking about what needs does the community have in our outreach programs, and that is one of the most important things you can look at when you are creating an outreach program. So when we modified our RoboCamps this year, we realized that there would be a community need in terms of flexibility over price ranges, especially since a lot of people can't go to their jobs because of the pandemic or other things like that that require that create some financial strain on the families within our communities that we didn't want to provide on these people. So what we did instead was we modified our refund and scholarship policies so that anybody who asked for a refund before their camp started and anybody who asked for a scholarship would be able to get one if they needed that. We also had to adjust a lot of the logistics for our camps. Originally, we would send out an email with all the forms or hand the people the forms in person, and they would give them to us on the first day of camp. And then we would have all of our materials for the camps in that big room that you saw earlier. So like each kid would have a kit and a friend that they were working with, and they would both work together to build a robot. But obviously we couldn't do that this year. We didn't want people in the same room and not touching the same equipment and all that. So what we did instead was we had a special kit pickup. So we have a parking lot at our high school that we set up so that somebody could stand there with all the kits and then deliver each one as a parent drove by in a car, so that there was there's less direct transmission and everybody would stay safer. We also realized that because we were going on a virtual platform, we would have to change our schedules and times. I don't know if you're like me, but when I am on a Zoom call for 9 hours, I will get tired and I will not want to be on that Zoom call anymore. So our original camp schedule was from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., which was infeasible for both the counselors and mentors who would be helping in RoboCamps, and especially for the elementary school kids. I don't know if you tried to make an elementary school sit still for that many hours alone, much less staring at a computer screen, but it's not that easy. So we wanted to make sure that everybody would still have a good time so that we could still have that interactive RoboCamps experience without exhausting anybody. So instead of the 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Regular schedule, we changed it so that there would be 2 blocks of time where you were supposed to be on the call, an hour each, so 9 to 10 and 1 to 2. And then the rest of the time was break time or independent work time. So you wouldn't have to be at your computer at all. You could go play with your robot and try and do the challenges and work on your own. And then, of course, if you needed help or had any questions, you could come back on the Zoom call and work with the counselors there and get some help and maybe see some other kids there if you wanted to be on that call at that time. But it wasn't required so that everybody would still have a good time and not wear themselves out while enjoying the camp experience. Okay, so before we get into this next poll, we would like to see the results from the previous poll, if you could put those up there. It looks like nobody responded. That's not fun. Okay, well, that's fine. In terms of having a robotics camp, most people, I don't think, switched online, which was perfectly fine, because you should only do what you can handle with your resources and with your time so that you don't burn your students out and you don't create an undesirable outreach experience for anybody who's participating. And then we have another poll for you guys. Okay, so you have to use the code up here. Sorry about the confusion. If you want to take this poll right now, that would be excellent. There's a code on the top, 8971791. Great. And then we can wait a little bit for responses on that. And then we have another poll for you about having a virtual outreach program. But while we wait, I can just talk because everybody wants to hear me talk, right? That's what you're here for. So I want to talk a little bit more about what we did originally for our RoboCamps. So it may seem those camps stacked up really quickly because everybody was very interested in getting their children into that sort of camp. Some people wanted their kids there because their kids wanted to be there, and some people wanted their kids there so that they could go to work during the summertime and their kid would be safe and somebody would be watching over them and they wouldn't just be running around the house possibly causing destruction or whatever. So it seems like a lot of you have actually hosted a robotics camp before, so maybe you know what these look like. But changing this to a virtual landscape is pretty difficult because some of the demand for this type of outreach was because of the sort of daycare aspect almost, where we would be able to take care of your children and watch over them and make sure they had a good time. So replicating this in a virtual scenario was significantly more difficult, especially with the gaps in time. So the parent had to be responsible and watching over their child during that time because we didn't want to keep kids on a Zoom call all day. But it does seem like most of you have hosted a robotics camp, so you know more along the lines of what was provided and what needed to continue to be provided and what we would do in terms of switching it to a virtual landscape. Can you show the next poll so that we can try that one out? If the numbers have to be on screen, that'd be great. So this is our second poll. This is the virtual outreach program. So we're curious if you have done any sort of thing online, like moving all your outreach to a virtual setting, which is significantly difficult, and you would have to have done that this year mostly, unless you've done something like the Compass Alliance. But it looks like a lot of you are saying no, which is completely reasonable because this has been a crazy year and we don't know what is going on, and we're just trying our best to adapt so that everybody can still have that experience that we wanted to give them in our outreach. But that's good to know. Looks like it's evening out a little bit. But every virtual outreach program is different depending on the outreach program you're doing. So outreach is very community-based and need-based. So depending on what the needs are or how the needs have changed, you have to change your outreach program to be able to fit in a virtual setting. Great. Can we go back to the slides? Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so what we did for our 2020 virtual RoboCamps, I was talking about it a little bit, but we were having Zoom meetings for each day of camp so that we would follow stay-at-home orders and make sure that everybody was safe, but people could still talk and interact on screen. And then we modified the schedule, as I said earlier, to be an hour block, two 1 hour blocks in a day so that nobody would get overwhelmed. And then we would put people in breakout rooms. So if you remember on the 2019 slide that I showed, the counselors were sort of loosely assigned to different groups of kids. But this year we couldn't do as much of the floating type of arrangement we had last year because of the simple fact that we couldn't actually see what everybody was doing at any given time. And if you've been in a gallery breakout room where there's a lot of people doing a lot of different things, it's really hard to tell who's doing what and how you can help somebody there. So what we did instead was we took about 5 kids and put them in a room with one counselor. And so they would all sort of get to know each other and be able to bond and have that experience that you would have in a regular camp where you get to meet other people and have a good time. And they would also have the guidance from a counselor and just be able to problem solve in a group, and anybody else who had that same problem could talk to them about it and solve that issue. It's also really important that you have that bonding time, especially for younger kids during the pandemic, because a lot of kids can't go out and see their friends or go play with their friends or even just go to normal school and interact with the other kids there like they usually would. So having something like these breakout room groups is incredibly important, especially for younger kids' social and emotional intelligence. We also made sure that we had individual work time so that kids wouldn't have to be on the Zoom call the entire time. And we had to create some new challenges because previously we would have like timed challenges or races around certain mazes and competitive challenges where you would work with another team and then together your robots would try and do something. But clearly we couldn't do that because the robots weren't actually in the same places due to our distance setup. So we sent some individual, like newer challenges for kids to do that they hadn't done before. So things like, oh, how many blocks can you program your robot to stack? Can you do more? Can you modify your robot? All sorts of like, can you program your robot to go through a maze? what happens if you change the maze. And then instead of the competition at the end of the week that like we usually had in our 2019 RoboCamps, we still wanted those kids to have a chance to show off what they had done and feel proud of the work that they had put into their robots over the entire week, and show that to the other parents that might be watching, or the other kids, or the counselors, or the mentors, or whoever they wanted to show on the last day of camp. So we had a show and tell session where each kid could send us videos or pictures of their robot and then talk about their robot, or give us a live demonstration, just like they would have in the 2019 RoboCamps. Yeah. This slide is not changing for me. Okay, well, that's fine. So on the 2020 virtual RoboCamps were significantly different also because we had to have different roles. So you can't see them on the slides right now, but in the 2019 we had an adult mentor, a lead counselor, and the counselor roles. So the adult mentor is sort of like the responsible person in charge for looking over the entire camp and making sure that nothing dangerous happens, and they're responsible for contacting like the parents if something goes wrong, or if a kid needs to be taken home or something like that. And then we had the lead counselor who was running the RoboCamps and like interacting with the kids and making sure that everything was running smoothly. And then we had the counselors who were working individually with each group of kids. But in 2020, we had to add the Zoom counselor, and all the roles changed a little bit. So the adult mentor and lead counselor both were leading the meetings, and the lead counselor was giving the announcements and helping manage issues that would occur with individual kids. And then the Zoom counselor, we had to add this role in because we had never needed it before. But when you're running things on Zoom, you want somebody to be able to help troubleshoot and deal with all the technical aspects of the meeting. So they will help troubleshoot technical difficulties with the meeting itself or with individual kids or counselors. And they also run the Zoom aspect of the meeting. So they start the meeting, they organize the breakout rooms. So you have to be pretty proficient with technology to be able to do this. And then the counselors would be in each breakout room with a group of about 5 kids, helping them out and making sure that everybody was having a good time, and trying to get them to interact and bond with one another so that they could get that experience that they didn't always have before. Okay, so while it's easy to look back on what we did in this past year for our RoboCamps and say, oh, like, look at what we did, here's some good stuff that you can do, it's really not that easy. So in a virtual landscape, there are a lot of different problems that you face. And if you're going to start an outreach program that's online, or you're thinking about starting an outreach program that's online, you're going to want to know some of this stuff so that you can like look ahead and be like, okay, if I ever have this problem, how am I going to address it? So within our own group on these 2020 virtual RoboCamps, we faced some technical difficulties. So our resolution for this was to create the Zoom counselor role and make sure that everybody has a practice with Zoom. So every week, the day before the camp started, we would have a Zoom test call where all the parents and the students who were going to be in the camp would log on and then test their audio and test their video and all sorts of things like that, so that we could try and sort out any difficulties that would happen before the camp started. We also had some communication issues, which is already just, communication is a hard thing to do in general, but it's so much harder when you can't just go up to somebody in person and be like, hey, did you get the update about whatever? So because of this, we had to make sure that we were really good at communicating virtually. So we would have to do meeting announcements. Like in our general meetings on Citrus Circuits, we have an announcement section where we will talk about anything important, such as like the outreach programs that we're working on or how you can participate in them. We had to make sure that we had our websites updated at all times, because sometimes new forms would have to be put up there, or parents would have questions that they wanted addressed, and all sorts of things like that. And the updates on the websites are incredibly important, especially because that is what your user interacts with. So if you're a parent and you're looking for information, you're going to go to the website first, which is why your websites have to be updated with all your latest information as soon as you can get them up there. We also had to send a lot of emails to make sure that everybody was on the same page and that we could keep updating all the campers at once, so that everybody would hopefully be on things at the same time and get the same updates at the same time. As a team, we also used the Slack platform, which was really useful during RoboCamps, especially because we'd have channels for each week of RoboCamps for just the counselors, where they could say, hey, this kid is having a problem and I don't know how to help them. Can somebody hop in this room and help me out with this? And things like that, so that counselors could assist each other and get the help that they need, just like in 2019 in person, where you could just be like, hey Mike, you want to help me over here because I don't know exactly what's going on and this kid has a problem with their robot. So that was sort of our way of doing that, so that counselors could still communicate. So another thing that we did that was really important in terms of specifically RoboCamps online was we had a few documents with changes that we would make each week. So if somebody had a common problem, you could say what that common problem was and then a solution to that, so that anybody in the future weeks could look at that and be like, hey, this kid has a problem. Let me see if anybody in the previous weeks had this problem. And so there would be a documentation of the solutions that we would have for that issue. That way it would be a lot more efficient and the knowledge could be passed along much easier. We would also have tips and tricks for each week that they would add to this running document, so that if you're like, hey, maybe I need to ask all my kids to have their videos on and near their robot so that we can all see what they're doing all the time. Or doing icebreakers in our breakout rooms is a great idea and now the kids are talking to each other, or things like that to help the entire overall experience get better. Please remember that this is a new thing, so when you're doing this type of thing, you have to be flexible and always work on improving your program. Because it's a new landscape for everybody, but the better you can make it, the better it will be. There are, of course, some benefits of going virtual during COVID-19. It's not the most ideal situation, but we can work with it. So there are some cool things about going online, that participants can be from anywhere. We had a kid in a different state participate, and because as long as they can get the kit and can return the kit, then they can come from anywhere. And if they're gonna travel to see their grandparents or whatever, they can still bring that robot kit with them. You can participate from anywhere in the world, which is so cool, because that means your outreach programs can expand and they can help anybody, anywhere, at any time, especially because sessions can be recorded. So if a kid misses a week, or misses a day in a week, and they're like, oh, what did I miss? You can just send them a recording, or you can send them the documentation for the challenges for that day. And then this is so powerful, especially when you go into other outreach like this, Capital City Classic. Today we're all on this YouTube live stream, but after this, it won't be live streamed anymore. So it will be recorded, which means you can send this to somebody who lives in a different time zone, who can't come to this time, if they want to learn about this, which is incredibly useful. And then for us, using the Zoom platform and doing these breakout rooms and groups really helps with social and collaborative skills, even though nobody can really go interact in person safely. So these kids will still get this experience, even though they're sheltering in place. And then, of course, the best part of RoboCamps is learning hands-on robotics and practicing STEM over the summer. Even if you have to stay at home and you can't go to school, you can still do something that's super interesting and really engaging, even if you have to stay at home. So, finally, we have some tips for you. If you ever are thinking about running a virtual program or are planning on running a virtual program or currently are running a virtual program, these are some tips that could be really useful for you. So you, first and foremost, you need to be very flexible because the situation is always changing. The laws are always changing. What's safe even is always changing. So you need to make sure that you're up to date on the latest information and that you are willing to adapt to whatever circumstance comes up. If you can't do that, then it's much harder to run a virtual program because you need to constantly be assessing the needs of your community as an outreach program and then what is safe and feasible for you and your resources and your team. Because you don't want to burn anybody out or make a program unenjoyable for the people who are running it also. So you need to make sure that you are very flexible about what's happening with your program. You also need to make sure that you are communicating consistently and openly with everybody, because if you leave somebody out of the loop, things can go crazy. If you don't have your parents updated, then maybe they won't go to the meetings at the right time. If you don't have everybody behind the scenes updated, then maybe some counselors won't show up, and those are some of your most important people in terms of running virtual RoboCamps. You just always need to make sure that everybody is updated and knows what's happening and that you know what's happening. And making sure that this happens is really useful both on the sides of the people who are working behind the scenes and for the parents and customers who are trying to use your outreach program or benefit from that. You also need to make sure that you know your platforms. If you don't know your platforms, things will get confusing and convoluted and really hard for everybody involved. For example, if you don't know Zoom very well and your parent or your kid has a problem with their Zoom program, how are you going to help them troubleshoot that if you don't know how your own thing works? If you don't know how Zoom works, you can't run breakout rooms. You can't have those groups of kids interacting with each other. So you need to make sure that you know everything you're working with pretty well and that you train everybody ahead of time so that everybody knows this. And then always make sure to learn from your mistakes. One of our most useful documents this year was just things that we could improve on from week to week or from day to day. And I think that made our overall RoboCamps experience a much better time for everybody involved. So hopefully that helped you in terms of what you know from the RoboCamps now and what you know about a virtual program. But we are going to go into the Q&A now.
All right, so I'm looking through the chat and it looks like no one has asked anything, but I have written down a few questions during the presentation. So the first one is, would virtual RoboCamps be a possibility after the pandemic due to all the benefits that you said about connecting to other regions and other parts of the world?
Mike, if you don't mind me, I'm gonna answer. So in terms of the RoboCamps situation, it's a camp that everybody can really enjoy and be a part of, but it's better if you have it in person because people can work together. Like, you can actually bond with somebody and get to know them better. I think there's a huge difference between making a friendship in person while you're working on something together versus online, sort of distanced. And then we have competitions that I think a lot of kids found as one of the best parts of the summer camp. So there are a lot of benefits to going virtual, but I think there are still more benefits to staying in person over that. Mike, do you have an answer?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, and I think, Ellie, what you said is spot on. I think we can acknowledge that the in-person events are more engaging, right, and they have a lot of upside. However, I think one area where these virtual camps may still be beneficial is specifically when thinking about maybe there's students that are not able to attend an in-person RoboCamp, where we might be able to fill the gap and say, what if we had like one week of summer that was a virtual RoboCamp, and we found a way to get kits to kids that were in more remote areas that maybe still had internet access, but they weren't close enough to participate in a day camp easily. That could be a good option. I think we also learned a lot from doing the RoboCamps that's going to let us do more remote STEM education in the future. So there were some important lessons there that will carry over, even if we're not doing week-long RoboCamps.
All right, we have a question in the chat. It says, "How any chance you're willing to share what your RoboCamp kits have inside of them?"
So our RoboCamp kits are actually just VexIQ super kits. We did do a couple of things. I don't think Ellie got into like the nitty gritty technical details, but for our VexIQ super kits, we did a couple of things that made the process easier. So, Ellie, you mentioned the kit loaning, right? You mentioned that as a part of your RoboCamp spiel. So we were loaning these $300, $400 kits to a new family for a week, and then they were returning that kit. And you can imagine a kit with hundreds of pieces, things are going to get very disorganized. So VexIQ out of the box comes with a plastic organizer with some trays in the top, but there's still kind of like an open area in the bottom with not a lot of organization. But Vex also sells an add-on foam organizer for a couple bucks that we bought. So every major piece had its own slot. And so when the kits got returned each week, our lead adult could just open up the box, check to make sure that everything was in its proper slot in the foam organizers, and then throw it in. And then the other thing that we bought a little like a VexIQ puller tool that helps connect and disconnect the little peg pieces and stuff. That got really positive reviews when we added that to the kit halfway through the summer. But other than that, it's just a basic VexIQ super kit. Vex actually has a lot of great summer camp curriculum that they've prepared. And I don't know if we published anything yet about what we did this summer, like documentation wise. But, Ellie, I'm wondering if that might be something valuable just to maybe at least do like a one-pager white paper or something like that about what we did and any important takeaways.
Yeah, I'll make sure to get that out. Also worth it to note that we had to make sure that, I believe these are in the super kit, but I'm not 100% sure. We needed to make sure that there was a color sensor in the kits for the advanced programming weeks. So something I forgot to talk about was there are different weeks that we had set up. So there was there's the introductory intermediate week, which is like the basic Clawbot that we had, and some easier challenges for those just getting into robotics or VexIQ, or those who haven't like used robot software before. And then there would be the intermediate advanced camp, which is more of the more complicated robot structures and challenges for those who are older or who have done RoboCamps or robotics or VexIQ before. And then we would have the girl-powered camp, which is a girl-specific STEM outreach week where we would try to get, we would encourage females to join STEM and have like a week where it's just them. And then we would have our advanced programming week, which changes the most every year because we redesign it. So that's the one with a bunch of difficult programming challenges, and sometimes you require different vision sensors for that. This year we had a color sensor, I believe, and also different colored cubes from the high-rise challenge to practice color sorting and stacking those in terms of like what we would have in a kit. So it depends a little bit year to year for advanced programming, but otherwise we just use the super kit. Also, a shout out to all of our mentors who worked so hard to make sure that there was documentation for all of that, getting all the organizers, the foam organizers, to make sure that everything worked out. And for those who stayed and made sure that the kits got to the right people and they got them all back and everything, we could not have done it without you.
All right, there is another question in the chat. Any reason you chose VexIQ instead of LEGO Mindstorms?
I go into this a little bit in a talk I gave a year or two back about, I think it was 2 years ago. You can find it in our team's YouTube archive. It's VexIQ and the STEM pipeline. So I kind of go a little bit more in depth there, but I will say there's a couple of things that we really like about the VexIQ platform. I think a couple of things that come to mind. The first from a like a base level education perspective, VexIQ has this controller that comes in every super kit that allows for a really tactile link in student engagement. So they build this robot with the stock instructions in their first year of RoboCamps. They build the robot to the stock instructions that comes in every kit. They load on the stock software that is pre-programmed on every brick, and then they turn on this controller, and then they're able to use a robot, which is a huge deal for like a fourth grader who's never done anything like this before, and especially for groups that may not be exposed to STEM as often. So think underserved minorities, or think girls that may culturally be pushed away from STEM in one way or another. The confidence building that comes from having those basic things prepared for you to engage with, and then have this payoff, which is I can drive a robot around and pick up these cubes and do some really awesome stuff, just by the things that I did just now, right? Like, that's a huge deal. And I will say that, like, the downside of Lego Mindstorms, obviously there's so many cool, intricate things that you can do with Lego Mindstorms, and you see these insane robots every year in the FLL competition. But Lego Mindstorm doesn't have that really direct link from I follow and I load stock code on and I have a really cool robot to engage with. Lego doesn't really have that right now. It's way more on the tinker, like I'm really into robotics, so I'm really into all these small pieces and coming up with creative things in my mind. That's great, but that doesn't really get at where you want to hit with students that aren't yet inspired to study STEM. You want to tee them up for success, and that's what the VexIQ platform does in our view. And it makes everything that, like, we could not have done our virtual RoboCamps this year without VexIQ. I 100% believe that. There was no way we were going to do that on any other platform that I know of.
I also know that there's a good amount of documentation for a lot of Vex things. So there's like Vex forums. I don't know if there's the same thing for Lego because I've never actually been in that league. But I know that Vex got me hooked when I was younger, and that's why I'm on FRC right now. But I think it's a lot easier also to be like, okay, so my robot works. Like, it can drive. I can drive it. So things can happen with it. And then it's like, now where do I go from there? How can I make it better? Like, what can I try and tinker with? And I know I can't break this because, like, the instructions are really easy and this is the stock code that I have. So I know it'll still drive even if I, like, break the part, which is okay because I can just rebuild it later. But it gives you also that independence and freedom to sort of experiment and, like, not be afraid that what if my robot just stops working? Like, what am I going to do then? So I think that's also really liberating, especially when you're new to STEM and robotics.
The next question is, how can someone recreate your very awesome virtual RoboCamps? So just briefly go into the different steps of how you implemented it and got started for it.
We'll try to go quick because we only have a couple more minutes left before we need to wrap up. But you need to start by developing a customer base. So a lot of times that could be families on your FR that have your siblings, or that can be like local schools if you can get promotion through the junior high and elementary schools in your region. So you need to build up a customer base, and then you need a registration process for that customer base. So we use Eventbrite, right, Ellie? We use Eventbrite. Eventbrite is an online event registration tool, and then you need to recruit your counselors from your FRC team, and then you need to have an adult that's going to be the responsible adult in the room, kind of in charge of overseeing everything. And then from there, it's about organizing, prep, training, and then having the events. So I think a lot of our white paper that I'm hoping we can do can maybe go more in depth on that. Ellie, do you have any other key things to add, like kind of basics?
Yeah. You need to make sure that everybody involved is always updated on what's happening. We this year had we have a business and media team, and they were always keeping the website updated, which is really nice because the rest of us didn't have to worry about that. So everybody who's involved, you need to make sure they're always being updated. In terms of training, you also want to make sure that everybody's familiar with the programs and stuff that you're using, especially like the robots and stuff. We made sure that most of our counselors had a kit to work with so that they could show a robot example and be like, this is your problem, this is how to fix it, and I can show you how to do that on screen. And then make sure that everybody has a good time and that everybody's flexible and knows what's happening. That's what I would say. If you have more questions, you can always email us at davisyouthrrobotics@citruscircuits.org. I think that email is also on our website if you wanted to get in contact with us and ask us more about the virtual RoboCamps or our outreach in general.
I think that's all we have time for. I will post the email that you can ask all your questions to in the chat, so you can access that. And I think that's all. Thank you guys for showing up and watching our virtual RoboCamps presentation. Hope you had a good time.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Wapani, and welcome to our fall workshop, a shooter mechanism from concept to competition. All right. Who's going to introduce themselves next? Mackenzie?
Sure, I can go ahead and introduce myself. Hi, everyone. My name is Mackenzie. I'm from Team 2073 Eagle Force Robotics. Currently, I'm the mechanical director on our team, and this is my, as far as our 2020 robot, I was mainly involved with CNC machining. I also did some assembly and I started with a little bit of our CAD work, but my main focus was definitely CNC machining.
All right. So, hi, my name is Gravir. I'm the 2073 programming director. I worked on the Limelight and shooter calibration, and I worked on a lot of the software behind shooter-related mechanisms such as the turret. I've been a member for 3.5 years, and robotics has been, an amazing experience, as you can see from the pictures on my slides. So, yeah.
Hello, my name is Matthew. I am the Team 2073 Programming Manager. As far as this past year, I mainly worked on the turret and Limelight code and testing and other mechanisms on the robot. I also worked on the wiring for the shooter and other mechanisms. I have been a team member for around 3.5 years now.
That'd be me, but I already went.
Hi, my name's Tanner. I am an alumni of Team 2073 Eagle Force Robotics. I worked on robot design in 2020 as well as CNC machining in 2020, and I was a team member from 2017 to 2020.
All right. Now we're going to watch a video.
Hello, we are Team 2073 Eagle Force Robotics, and today we're excited to welcome you to our shooter mechanism from concept to competition, our in-depth look at 2073's process for building a competition robot. In this video, we will be going through our process for prototyping, designing, building, and vision tracking on our 2020 season robot. In an effort to simplify this video, we will be focusing on our shooter and how we went from a single idea to an operational mechanism. However, our design process can be implemented for any part of the robot. The first week of build season is probably the most critical time for a robot. Like many other teams, our team attends our local kickoff event in January, where we watch the reveal video for the very first time. On that first day, we don't start with designing or building. Instead, we focus on understanding the game and its elements. By first reading the game manual and then creating and passing our team's rules test, we can move on to what an alliance, and more specifically, what a robot needs to accomplish in order to win. We knew from the start that we wanted to be an offensive robot, and that meant prioritizing 3 main goals in this order. Number 1, climb. Number 2, shoot in the high goal. And number 3, spin the Wheel of Fortune, or aka the control panel. If your team came up with a different order or different goals, that's okay. There are many examples of robots specializing in 1 or 2 parts of the game with great success. Most notably, Team 1011 in 2017 and Team 2910 in 2019. These 2 robots highlight the importance of good strategy and sticking to your goals, something teams at all levels need to do. For us, climbing was the most important part of the game this year because this is the single task with the highest point value, netting up to 40 points solo, 25 for the hang, and 15 for the switch. If completed in balance with an alliance partner or 2, you can earn 65 to 90 points, also earning your alliance a ranking point. It is this type of game analysis that should be done for every aspect of the game before you start building your prototypes or your full robot. We used a similar process when addressing how many balls we wanted to shoot for each round. as well as for our autonomous run. Our team then went from these strategies to hypothesizing possible mechanisms to achieve and complete these goals. The bulk of our strategizing revolved around scoring as many balls as possible. We believed that this would be the difference in matches where every robot could climb and spin the control panel. In order to score balls quickly, we believed we needed to hold 5 balls, be able to travel underneath the control panel to avoid traffic, and have a straight line to complete cycles. Additionally, for high-level play, we found it beneficial to shoot from anywhere on the field and over defenders to continue scoring points in eliminations. These strategies provided plenty of restraints on our robot design.
Now that Mackenzie has laid out what we want our robot to do, it's up to the design team to figure out how we can get it done. If you have ever tried to design something from scratch, you most likely know that this is a difficult task. Each year, we look to previous games for inspiration from other teams' successful components of their mechanisms and try to incorporate them into our robots. Teams such as 254, 1678, and 971 are a few we like to reference. For example, a certain shooter type that is repurposed in Team 254's robot designs throughout the years is a flywheel shooter. In past years, 254 has utilized an adjustable hood to score from many field locations. On our 2020 robot, we used a similar design that supported our shooter that fit their needs for each season's tasks. Team 254's flywheel shooter is a great example of how you can recycle ideas for a new season in order to satisfy your current game objectives. By watching matches from past games, our team was able to see which mechanisms, like this shooter, were effective, in order to implement them into our 2020 robot. Sometimes, there's no need to reinvent the wheel.
Now that we know what type of shooter we intend to make, we need to determine the angles and speeds that we intend to test with our prototype. Using tools found in JVN, we input information such as the weight of a mechanism, the number and types of motors it uses, and the gear ratio it uses, which JVN uses to calculate the speed and torque of the mechanism. This allows our team to determine if the chosen gear ratio is effective for the mechanism before having to test it on a prototype. We cannot stress enough how important it is to use a design calculator like JVN to save your team time and money. Our design team had already narrowed our gear ratios down to either a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 ratio, using JVN and other calculations. The 3-to-1 ratio would give our shooter more torque but less top speed. Alternatively, the 2-to-1 would give it more top speed but less torque. The more torque a mechanism has, the quicker it will be able to reach its max speed. But our speed was a constraint on the shooter mechanism because we needed a high enough speed to be able to hit all of our shots, but we also needed a lot of torque to be able to reach that speed quickly. As a result, we prototyped both a 3-to-1 and a 2-to-1 shooter to determine which ratio would be best for our goals. We decided to use the 2-to-1 due to its higher speed, giving us a further range to shoot from, with the compromise of adding a third motor to the shooter for added torque. When determining the shooting angle for the hood, we used the 2019 shooting trajectory calculator in order to determine the most ideal angle. We knew that we wanted to be able to shoot consistently from as far as the control panel, so we took the distance of that spot and the other desired positions and inputted them into the spreadsheet. We then inputted the dimensions of the target, the max velocity of the shooter, and the height of the shooter. Using these inputs, the spreadsheet determined a suggested velocity and angle. We found the dimensions for the target and distance it is from the control panel in the FRC game manual, and used CAD to determine the height of the shooter. Using the spreadsheet, we then found a general angle that worked for any distance between 6 and 30 feet. Using the accuracy predictions, we were able to play around with the theoretical launch speed. We did this because we knew it would be easier to control the velocity of our shooting mechanism versus fine-tuning the controller for launch angle. The link to the trajectory spreadsheet and JVN are shown on the screen above and are going to be linked below.
We follow a clear design process our team has developed over 13 years of competing. We have put together a document with more information about our design process if you are interested, linked below. What's the objective? Our team, as stated at the beginning of this video, identifies the objectives, scores, cycle times, and roles you want to play within the matches. By setting our strategy early, If we want to play certain roles, such as filling the rocket for a ranking point during Deep Space, the game of 2019, we are able to plan our subsystems to match those needs. Example: our shooter was intended to shoot and score in the outer port near the top of the space station. So we had to design our shooter accordingly, so it could compensate for a much greater height at certain distances, which made us keep angles and projectile trajectories our shooter would enforce when it was constructed. With our big goals now reinforced with many calculations, models, and inspiration from many other designs, we look to our prototype to understand unforeseen challenges of the current game. These challenges are to be expected with the ever-changing competitions and strategies of FIRST. For example, an intake that worked in 2018 on the 13-inch power cubes is not going to be as effective in 2019 on the 13-inch cargo. This year is no exception. Still unsure of optimal compression and wheel materials, research and testing needs to be done. Then, once we know the challenges, we build solutions to nullify them. So we want to back it up with information, inspiration, and innovation from other teams' mechanisms. Having more knowledge from other teams' trials, experiments, and data with different approaches to a similar problem makes our design process much easier, as our mechanical and CAD team can start and finish parts faster and start improvements faster as well. Create. We make a prototype to test the fundamental questions like distance, accuracy, balls per second fire rate, compression, and materials we have in regards to our initial designs. This is crucial to the design process because it's needed to verify any questions or theories that would be relatively plausible prior to the prototype. It's essential to have a great prototype, as it is made carefully to yield the best results and provide more accurate information from testing on it, because whatever mistakes happen on this prototype, you can fix before it is replicated on the robot, saving time, money, and resources. Our prototype looks like this. And the aspects that we incorporated when we built this prototype were, for the shooter in particular, we were confident that it would work based on past experiences with shooters. Looking at these shots and speeds, we were then able to look toward improvements to our hood system. For example, we learned when the ball would exit the shooter, the hood would tilt upward, increasing our launch angle. To account for this error, the mechanical team reinforced the hood to ensure that we were shooting at a consistent angle. Test. Once the parts are made, they need to be tested. The reasons we included for the mechanism we make and why we made it directly correlate to this stage of the design process. The objectives we made for scoring certain points, fulfilling certain roles, etc., have to be fulfilled with the mechanism that we designed. Therefore, we test the subsystems on field elements that our team constructs. We test the speeds, consistency, and cycle times of various components. As you can see, our programming team is hard at work shooting at different distances, angles, and power to calibrate and configure the most ideal conditions for our drive team to secure the competition with as many possible points. Improve. Naturally, with those tests, many things can happen. In fact, on several occasions, parts and systems on our robot have broken, failed, stalled, or fallen short of their intended goals, and this has happened many times. Frankly, this is the best part of the design process, because we find out what was wrong with the prototype when it was constructed, and target our improvements on preserving the strengths of our parts but getting rid of the weaknesses. For example, with our hood, it was too flimsy, so we added strings to help stabilize the hood. We look at what issues there are with our mechanisms, and brainstorm creative solutions to accommodate them. But we wanted to test the hood angles, gear ratios, wheel type, and option that worked the best to get a powerful and accurate shot. These benefits showing why we incorporated these in a prototype now, rather than seeing those issues and conditions come up much later. Using the launch angles determined in the prior section, we spent time testing the shooter from a wide assortment of shooting distances, testing the reliability of the angle and the RPM the motor would be set to consistently to make a shot.
When it comes to designing our robot, each year our team relies on Autodesk Inventor. As mentioned previously, we like to have a solid plan for a robot before we start manufacturing parts for it. So, using CAD to virtually design a robot is extremely important. Not only does it help us visually see what a robot will look like, but it also allows us to predict the weight and the height. This is essential because it allows us to reevaluate and adjust parts of our robot if necessary. We try to create a robot with as much accuracy as possible, making sure to CAD our parts for clearances and even including bolts into CAD. We also include wires, and we account for any miscellaneous weight at the end. While this may seem like a lot of work and very repetitive, it helps our mechanical team get an idea of how much our final robot will weigh and allows us time to troubleshoot any collisions that a bolt head or any other parts may cause. Our CAD can also be extremely useful for if something on a robot breaks. We can easily pull up a model of a robot and figure out what went wrong, what was missing, and what broken parts we can repair. This is much easier than guessing or having to redesign a whole part. After we came up with a basic idea of what we wanted our shooter to look like, we started fabricating a model. Our first iteration of the shooter was made mainly out of wood and was supported by a set of chairs. At this point, we were testing our hood and wanted to make sure that it would shoot properly. We weren't worried about the cosmetic design. We used the Fairlane wheel on our prototype because we knew it would stick to the ball and would still functionally work. However, on our final model, we switched to stealth wheels because they were lighter and didn't expand as much. We also prototyped an adjustable hood and turret that would enable the robot to shoot from anywhere on the field. In the end, we bolted the hood to our final turret ring, which uses a servo on a link arm to adjust our shot that slides the hood up and down a set of bearings. A lot of our other prototyping for the hood was testing which angles would work the best and specific places on the field. A few of the other big changes we made from our prototype to the final model was adding a motor, flywheel, and finally gum foam. Just like CAD, prototyping is essential to our building process. Each year, we have multiple people working on separate prototypes so we can see which ones will work out the best. Sometimes a prototype may work well, and all we have to do is switch it from wood to metal. Then our mechanism is practically done. But more often than not, our prototypes go through multiple iterations before we can decide on a final and functional design.
Vision opens up opportunities to fine-tune the actions of the robot to its environment. It allowed our shooter to respond to height, distance, and the angle away from the target, proving a crucial element in our turret design. The Limelight allowed us to locate our target throughout the field at a variety of positions. The Limelight documentation was an extremely helpful resource and consolidated information that we needed for code development. Documentation provided information on distance calculations needed for our logic and contained basic information on determining if it had a visual on the target. Occasionally, the information relayed from the Limelight would provide incorrect values, so some additional logic was incorporated to filter the data we received to ensure the data was consistent. The distance the Limelight provided controlled the elevator's height and the RPM. Using our testing, we programmed when the robot should rise depending on the distance and used linear interpolation between our data points to determine RPM. Also, the angle of the Limelight placement influenced the distance calculation and determined the relative ease to which we could see the target, which is why it is necessary to pick an effective placement. We chose this angle because it allowed for us to see the target both up close and from far away. Additionally, you want an effective launch angle for the shot to maximize the chance of hitting the target. Using a spreadsheet we found on Chief Delphi, the programming team determined an effective angle for our hood. The mechanical team then placed a hard stop at the extended location to ensure the reliability of the servo instead of relying on tuned programming values. However, the bottom angle of our servo is determined through code because programming was able to find a more effective bottom angle to shoot from. Because the height of our shooter was dependent on the elevator position, we utilized multiple pipelines for the Limelight to ensure the calculated distance was accurate.
Additionally, it is important to note the distance calculation is affected by the height of the limelight. Information on creating pipelines can be found on the Limelight documentation on their website. Pipelines allow you to tune the image that Limelight receives so you can have a clear and accurate image for different placements and situations.
We hope you enjoyed our in-depth analysis and explanation of our shooter mechanism. If you want to see more videos like these from Eagle Force Robotics, follow us on Instagram, subscribe to our YouTube channel, smash that like button, leave a comment below for what you'd like to see us do next. Best comment gets pinned. See you in the next one.
All right. So we have a Kahoot. So that'll be showcased right here. The code's up there. So the code's 7396574. So if you guys want to participate, please join, and we'll be going over through some questions, some common questions, and explaining them with members of our programming team and mechanical team. Sounds good. Okay. We'll just wait, for a minute, make sure everyone gets in that wants to, and then we'll start it up. There were 63 people watching, right? So there might be a lot of people joining the Kahoot. All right, 23, is that it? Or okay, we'll wait. Yeah. Oh, Jeevan and Josh, they joined. Yay. All right. I say another 30 seconds and then we should start it, right? All right, let's start it. All right. Turrets are fun. If they work, when they work, they're fun. And when they break, they make you cry. Yeah. Personal experience. Not crying, but turrets breaking. All right, okay. So our turret, we used it to shoot from any angle on the field, like in front of ourselves. So turrets, they can be complex to program and design. That's why it's not an advantage of having them. But being able to shoot from any specific angle is an advantage, and a lot of people selected that. And that's why we chose a turret specifically for our shooter, because we could be at an angle and our turret can move to hit the shot. So that was our reasoning on that, having a turret. Anyone want to add anything? Matthew, Tanner, Mackenzie, any additional thoughts?
You pretty much covered it.
All right, so let's move on to the next one. All right. Next. All right. True or false? When designing a mechanism, it is important to look at designs from past years. All right. So mostly everyone got that right. Anyone have any comments? Oh,
So when we were designing our shooter this year, we definitely looked at mechanisms from past years. That was something that really helped us get inspiration or have an idea of what worked before and what we could implement that would most likely work again this year.
all right. Next question. Oh, this is one of my favorite questions on the Kahoot. Extra credit. Who can guess GVBB? In the YouTube's comment section or live chat. If someone can guess it, extra credit in my mind. All right. Yeah, so we use JVN. Mackenzie and Tanner can speak to that.
Mhm.
All right.
Um,
Also, we had a fabrication question after this one. So the question was, do you guys CAD each wire individually, or is there an automated method to make that process faster, less tedious?
Each wire, you said?
Yeah, so the question was by Jayton Sony. Sorry if I mispronounced your name, but it's asking, do you guys CAD each wire individually, or is there an automated method to make that process faster / less tedious?
We actually don't CAD our wires. I know we use Inventor, which isn't set up very well for CADing wires in particular. I think SolidWorks is a little bit better for that, and there's some other CAD programs that are better for CADing wires. But we choose not to CAD our wires, and it works out decently well for us.
So let's move back to the Kahoot, right? Any comments on JVN, or should we
I don't think so.
continue?
I think the video covered most of it. Yeah.
All right. All right, let's move on then. All right. Ooh, big change. GVBB comes back on here, so yeah, the offer still stands. Extra credit if you guys guess that. Yeah. Yeah, computer's useful, but you need a lot of my documentation to actually use it effectively, right? So kind of a trick question, but yeah, me and Matthew rely a lot on Limelight documentation, especially when we were looking on how to relate the Limelight input into turret position. So based on what the Limelight would see, we'd move the actual turret based on those angles and if the Limelight had it in sight. And so Limelight documentation has a lot of resources for that. They have some code examples in C, and so we convert that to Java and whatnot. So yeah. Next question. I believe Tanner mentioned this earlier. But yeah, with the wires question. Oh, yeah, also that Limelight. Yeah. So what happened was, so basically, yeah, Bill pretty much put it into, explained it perfectly. Limelight, we were doing autonomous code, goes straight into a desk and just breaks the Limelight. And so, we want to highlight, Limelight issues. Breaking Limelights is an issue. They're $400 a piece. So we want to minimize damage to Limelight and, ensure proper safety for our team. That's why we had desks. So it was good that we had desks lined to edge in case our code did fail. We made sure that there's proper safety precautions so no one got hurt. And so only the Limelight got damaged. No humans did. And so yeah, and this question right here, Tanner and Mackenzie can comment on that.
Yeah, I think Tanner talked about it earlier about how we use Inventor. I know a lot of other teams might use SolidWorks. Onshape, I think just because of the current situation, a lot of people have been using that recently. We use that in our classes at school, but for robotics, we rely on Inventor.
Wait, Michael, your team uses Onshape, correct?
Yeah, we have used Onshape for the last year, and I believe part of the year before that. We switched over
nice.
from SolidWorks just because of the online aspect.
Okay, cool.
Makes sense.
So yeah, next question. This is one of those small details I mentioned earlier in the video. Yeah. So mechanical team. Let's quick recap. Or Matthew, you worked on that section, right? On the gear ratios that we specifically chose. So
Yeah, so we used a 2-to-1, and the reason for that is it gave us more speed. We really wanted to be fast when we were moving around on the field, when we were shooting, so it gave us more speed in our shooter. So that's why we used 2-to-1. That was kind of the advantage it gave.
yeah. The disadvantage was we got less torque, as you mentioned in the video, but that's why we added the third motor. So initially we were using 2 motors, but then to get that additional torque that we lost, we added a third motor. So that was a compromise that we had to make for the greater speed. Next question. Oh, this is a hard question, dude. Really hard question. Tanner has a joke about this section. I'll have Tanner explain it. Yeah, Bill, we could get the links mentioned in the video posted here. Let me grab some. Yeah. I have to go into Google Docs real quick. I have some link there. Okay, you got it? Okay, perfect. All right. So Tanner can explain this one. Tanner has a really good point here.
I honestly don't remember the joke you're talking about, but for this question, obviously you eventually have to move on from prototyping to making a final design if you have a deadline like FRC does. However, the idea is that you never stop prototyping. So even the design you use on your robot, you can go back and change after each competition, especially now that there's no bag day. So while that's why move on is not necessarily part of the prototyping design process, because really you're never truly moving on from prototyping. You're always prototyping.
Yep. Also, we use 775 pros, right, for our shooter, correct? If I remember.
That is correct. We used three
Yeah.
775 Pros on a 2-to-1 ratio to power our shooter.
All right. And okay, so next question. Let's get this show on the road, all right? This was the amount of times this material would break was annoying. I remember being in the workshop, trying to get a stand made for the Limelight to test different angles on. But yeah, using this material, and I suck at using this material. Yeah, wood. Yeah, splinters when you nail it, or when you screw it, splinters really terrible. But our mechanical team did a good job of prototyping a lot of stuff in wood, and making do with that. Any comments on that process?
I don't think so. I mean, in the video, I think it was shown maybe twice of our prototype that was made out of wood. You could see that it was definitely different from our final design, but it was just great in getting our team to be able to test it to see if it would work in the first place. So that's why we chose wood. It's also cheaper than using aluminum.
So, next question. All right. Yeah. So, advantages, guys. So yeah, so our hood allowed us to adjust our shot angle, and being able to adjust our shot angle allowed us to shoot at further distances and closer distances as well. There's also a question for the mechanical team. Why did we choose 775 Pros over Falcons? And with the Neo motor for the turret, how did you keep track of turret position? So I can answer the turret position comment. We used the built-in encoder and the potentiometer as well. So we had a potentiometer on the turret that we used to monitor position, and we also had used an encoder on the motor to keep track, and we sync those two up and use that effectively to keep track of our turret position and make it go to specific endpoints. And then with the 775 Pro comment, Mackenzie and Tanner can answer that.
Yeah. So we chose to do the 775 Pros for quite a few reasons, actually. First of all, the Falcons are new motors. They were very difficult to obtain right at the beginning of the season, so we couldn't prototype with them. We did end up using, I think, one on each of our robots, but they were difficult to obtain. They're new motors, so we weren't sure of their capabilities quite yet. We had the numbers, but we didn't have the ability to test to back up the numbers. On top of that, pros are smaller. They were easier to package on the small shooter we wanted to make, and they have a much higher RPM, which means we could effectively gear them down as opposed to the Falcons where we could gear them up. Now, knowing what we do about Falcons with, I guess, half a season of testing, we would maybe want to switch to Falcons in a later prototype. So there's advantages and disadvantages, but Falcons are very, very good motors. We just decided to use pros for personal preferences and a lot of packaging.
Yeah. So let's get to the next question. Oh, okay, this goes hand in hand with the last question. Matthew, this is a multi-click question. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, so the purpose of having that adjustable hood was so that we could have shots up close. Like as you saw in the video, we had shots like right up against the shooting the target, right? And then we'd also have shots, down the trench, by the Wheel of Fortune or control panel. I remember that's the proper name, but yeah. And then the adjustable hood gave us more flexibility in our design because we weren't fixed to one specific launch angle. We could manipulate that launch angle, and if you've taken physics, 2D kinematics, it's very important in that aspect. And our spreadsheet that we used to calculate the angles also showcased that how the launch angle did affect where the ball went, right? So that's an important reason why we use the adjustable hood. So next question, right? Let's move on to the next clue question. Yeah, so this was a part of our strategizing at the start of the season where we wanted to maximize the amount of points we got. So playing defense wouldn't really maximize our points. Sure, it's an important skill to have, but to increase the chance of winning, we wanted to be able to spin the control panel. We wanted to be able to shoot into high goal, which is the big section of the target. 2 points for the outer, 3 points for the inner. And then being able to climb was also effective because ranking points, and then I believe it was 15 points per climb, or am I mistaken? It was a big point value though, and so we wanted to ensure that we maximized the amount of points we got in game, and that we were a top tier robot. So moving on, right? Make a broken record. Said it like 12 times already. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see this. All right, everyone got this one right. So I assume everyone understands that prototyping is very important. We use it effectively and important tool set. So next question. All right. Moving on. All right. Perfect. So yeah. CAD shouldn't be detailed. I'm gonna give a hint on this question with the wires answer, but yeah. There's only 17 people responding, right? So we don't have to wait the rest of the 10 seconds. Once we get 17 answers, yeah. Okay, yeah. So you would have it have some detail. Mackenzie can definitely speak on this, so I'll have Mackenzie and Tanner speak on this because they're more experienced with CAD. So I'll step back.
I can't speak on this question. I actually have a workshop that I have to join that starts in 10 minutes, so I'm gonna actually leave right now. So everything's gonna be put on Tanner. Sorry about that.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, Mackenzie. Yeah. So yeah, CAD should be as detailed as it is worth time to do. We put a very big emphasis on that with our team of CADing every single bolt, every single hole on the robot, right? With the thing about wires, even though we don't CAD wires, we still put a big emphasis on placing all of our electronics exactly where they're going to go on the robot. We just don't CAD wires because Inventor doesn't have like the best capability of doing that. But if you can CAD wires, you definitely should.
All right. So let's go on to the rest of the Kahoot. Multi-select. Okay. The limelight light does look pretty though. Like the big bright green light that blinds you. Nice and green. But yeah. Hurt my eyes a lot during the season. Messing around with limelight. Prototyping was a big part of that, making sure we had the right angles. We're shooting properly with the limelight. And so a lot of times you accidentally got hit in the eyes with the light. And limelight's super bright. Alright. So as I mentioned in my section in the video, limelight allows us to have more precise shots. It allows us to give feedback to the driver if they're out of range or if they're too much to the right and the turret can't make the shot. Or and we can also calibrate the shooter speed. That's what the interpolation was for. The limelight would give us a distance back, and depending on that, it'd ramp up the shooter to a specific speed that would increase your chances of making the shot. So that's my reasoning there, and those are the advantages that we saw that were effective with using limelight. If Matthew has some comments, he could also mention that.
No, I think you covered pretty much the benefits of limelight.
All right. So we have 3 more questions. Let's get those wrapped up because we have 8 minutes left in the video. So yeah. All right. All right. So Tanner can definitely talk about JVN. He's used it a lot as a member of the design team.
Yeah, JVN is a very, very good tool for gear ratios. It's a very good tool to determine torque and speed and all of the math stuff. The angle of the shot was actually calculated using a different program. That was in the video. I think Gavir and Matthew can talk a little bit more about that. But JVN doesn't give you the angle of the shot because you need a whole bunch of other math to be able to do that. However, in order to determine what speeds we needed, we had to use JVN, so we had to use both programs.
Yeah, so the spreadsheet we found is on Chief Delphi. Really good tool. It allowed us to plug in the distance we were away from the target, the height of it, and then we could play around with different launch angles to find like a consistent launch angle that worked for like different speeds. Because we knew that we could easily change the speed, but we don't have to manually change the angle all the time. but having the adjustable hood still gave us some degree of freedom there. But we didn't want to rely on that as heavily as our shooter's speed control. So yeah. So next question. All right. So yeah, obviously prototyping's very big. You can find out what works, what doesn't. Prototyping was how we figured out that we wanted a 2-to-1 versus a 3-to-1, and it allowed us to figure out what speeds we needed and how to fix our different mechanisms. Like the adjustable hood, we did 2 versions of that, correct, Tanner? Did we revise? We revised the design, I remember it, but how many times did we revise the design through prototyping?
We had 2 different adjustable hood designs, and then like for each of those we had 3 different angles we were testing.
Okay. And then yeah. So prototyping's big. We figure out what works, what doesn't. And then the final question in the Kahoot. Quadruple motor shooter. That's a mouthful. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. Quick answer, quick response. So yeah, we use the flywheel shooter because we have those 2 flywheels on the side that allowed us to preserve inertia. Tanner can go into the physics of it and why we chose that, right?
Yeah, we chose a flywheel shooter because it had worked for us in the past, and we had room to put 2 big metal flywheels on the outside. I don't know if you guys saw a lot of the pictures of that, but that allows us to keep the momentum and the inertia of the shot, which means that when we shoot one ball, the shooter doesn't slow down. It keeps going because it just has so much weight behind it. So when you shoot one, it doesn't slow down. So when you shoot the next ball and the ball after that and the ball after that, they all hit the exact same place because the shooter is spinning with the exact same speed. If you didn't have all that weight behind it, then the ball could slow down the shooter.
Yeah, so that's our presentation on a shooting mechanism from concept to competition. I think we have a minute left, so if anyone has any questions, leave it in the YouTube comments section, or if you want to reach out to us, I believe our contact information is on the Capital City Classic website, so check that out as well.
Hi, welcome to the Methods for Driver Practice and Drivetrain Training Fall Workshop. We've got some great panelists here today. We're very excited to have this conversation. So I think we'll get started just with the panelists introducing themselves a little bit.
Hi, my name is Bill Kendall. I'm the lead mentor for Team 2073 Eagle Force Robotics. We're based out of Elk Grove, California. This is actually my second team that I have mentored in my career with FIRST. I've been with FIRST for 17 years now, 17 successive seasons with FIRST. And back in 2018, I was fortunate enough to win the Woody Flowers Finalist Award at the Sacramento Regional.
Awesome. My name is Mike Rossetto. I'm the lead technical mentor for 1678 Citrus Circuits based out of Davis, California. I've been mentoring 1678 since 2008, and I was a student on an FLL team starting in 2001, and then I was a 4-year member of Team 114 Eagle Strike in the Silicon Valley Bay Area. And I was also fortunate to be selected as a Woody Flowers finalist in the 2016 Sacramento Regional.
And my name is Ellie Bear. I am a student on 1678, and I will be the moderator today. So if you have any questions that you would like to ask our panelists, please put them in the YouTube chat, and I will be watching that, and you can ask our presenters some questions. So let's get started. Bill, what's your process for driver selection?
Well, it's interesting. I actually learned this. I think I kind of learned this one from Mike. Believe it or not, he was observing us at one point in one of the off seasons, and he told we're kind of concerned about who we're going to choose for driver, and he says, "You already have a driver," and he was referring to one of our students who was driving during the off season, and it was related to how well she was driving at the time. It was very obvious that she was a good driver, and I've learned, and this probably came to me through several years with different approaches, and that's that we now choose our driver in the off season for the upcoming season. We base that on many different criteria. Primarily, the student has to have been with the team for at least a year and has been a big contributor. One of the things that we want to avoid is having a student that shows up just to drive the robot. That just doesn't work. They have to be a big part of the team. Every single one of our drivers for the past several seasons have been students who have either been in their junior or senior year. And what that does is that gives them multiple seasons of experience of seeing what tournament play is like, and then they can then fill that role. Now, we've actually shifted our approach a little bit. We are now actually trying to look to getting students that are a bit younger. We've actually had a couple of students join our team between their 7th and 8th grade year. Now, they aren't necessarily in line to be drivers yet, but they definitely are contributors. A student that shows up with a passion for doing what we do in 7th grade, 8th grade is a student who's contributing to the team immediately. It's absolutely amazing to see it from the youngest students. But our goal by looking now at possibly having a younger driver is that by the time they are a junior or senior, they've got 2 or 3 seasons of actual competition under their belt. And there's just something special about spending time behind the glass driving a competition robot that changes the way a driver drives. So we find that we choose the driver in the off season based on their performances at off-season tournaments. And then what that gives us as an advantage, once we've chosen that driver is from that point on, we can then design the drive software and code and mechanisms based on that driver's skill levels and preferences, so that we're actually tuning our robot to a driver instead of trying to have the driver figure out how to manipulate that robot. And the other thing you're going to find is you'll always have students that are naturals at that eye-hand coordination that is needed for driving, and that plays a role in our selection process, but it by no means is the determining factor. Although we do look for that. There are students that are really good at it, and there's some students that they don't click with a robot. And it's sad to say, sorry, you can't drive, but quite honestly, we want the robot to perform its best, and that means we choose the driver that actually does the best. So, there's multiple things as how we choose our driver. We haven't always done it that way, though. So it's something we've learned over the years. And I think, Mike, we learned a lot of that from you. Is that right? I think your processes aren't too dissimilar. I think you're muted, Mike.
Sorry, guys. Let's kick over to my slides, and I wanted to highlight a couple of things that we're doing as well. Because Bill, I think we've converged on a couple of things. So for drive team selection, this is one thing that is probably unique to our team, but maybe other teams are in a similar spot. I've been drive coaching for many seasons now, probably getting up to 10, 12 years as a drive coach. So the team in our team handbook has kind of put the drive team selection responsibility on my shoulders. So I'm given the kind of responsibility of managing that selection process that we're talking about. My process actually looks like reaching out to specific students in the summer for a brief interview. This inherently means that I'm selecting students that have been on the team before. We don't put rookie team members in a drive team role. But I'll reach out to some students that I think have the mix of what's needed for being in the drive team. And I'll actually have a picture of what I'm hoping for, like with specific roles as well. And then in those interviews, I'm trying to gauge primarily what the interest level is from the students, but also what they feel like their ability to commit to the time requirements and the effort needed to participate in the drive team. Another thing I'm thinking about beyond just level of commitment is what the range of technical skills that we have on the drive team are. So one thing that FIRST did the last couple of years that is really great is they added a technician role, so you can have a non-drive team role person as the technician to help support any robot issues. But there's still not one student on our team that knows everything about the robot hardware and software. And so it requires a multi-skilled group of students to effectively maintain the robot through the competition when we're on the field doing last-minute repairs, things like that. So I try to make sure that all of the drive team members have some technical competencies related to the robot, because every person is important to leverage their skill sets for last-minute robot fixes and stuff like that. But I also try to make sure that we have a spread of skills so that there's at least one software robot member, there's at least one electrical member, there's at least one hardware mechanical member on the drive team, so that we have that spread of skills to support any last-minute issues. And then I think Bill mentioned this, but we try to select students that we can build into over a couple of years. And so ideally, we're not picking seniors if it's their first year on the drive team. I also re-interview anyone who's a returning drive team member. So I don't take for granted like any roles year over year carryover. Obviously, that's what I'm aiming for is carryover year over year. So our operator or our base driver are the same for the tenure of when they're selected through their senior year. But sometimes it's not the best fit, and so that's what the interviews help determine is, hey, you were a drive team member last year. How did it go? Do you think it's a good fit for you this year with your other roles and responsibilities? And sometimes the answer is no. Maybe they're taking on another leadership role in the team and they don't have the bandwidth for both. But in general, we're hoping for rollover of roles. Bill, I think you mentioned, and I think this is probably going to be where kind of our experience comes into play. But you mentioned that you haven't always done your drive team selection the way that you do it right now. So could you elaborate a little bit more on maybe some of the ways that you used to do drive team selection, and then in particular, like what were some of the maybe the cons of that approach, or some of the negatives
Sure.
that you are avoiding now with your process?
Yeah. Typically, what we used to do is we would design and build a robot, and then we would have driver, tryouts, and we would just have students come in and drive the robot around, do whatever aspects of the game were needed that year, and then we would just pick somebody who seemed to do it the best. And honestly, what that does is it opens the door for having inexperienced students driving the robot, and when the entire team is working hard to design and build a robot, having a fresh driver every year actually can not allow the students' hard work to shine on the field, as it were. So yeah, and it also gives you, you don't have somebody who's had 2 or 3 or 4 years of experience in competition, because once you get behind the glass, things are a little bit different. The stress level, it's a little bit higher. I'm certain you can do. In fact, speaking of behind the glass, that's your drive coach. I do not take on that role anymore because I learned that I get a little heated sometimes, and sometimes I can yell at the wrong person. So we actually have a drive coach who's really, really good at taking on that role. And he's actually one of our former students. He's an alumni for the team, Garrett. I'm sure you're familiar with Garrett. Anyways, yeah, and so we don't use that method anymore because we found it's just not as effective in the long run. And when our students see a driver who is obviously a contributor to the team, obviously skilled at what they do, and doesn't get stressed out when they're in a competition situation, it gives everybody that level of confidence to do their best and know that it's going to be handled well on the field. So that's really why we've kind of, and we've seen success too since we've started the selection during the off season. Everybody knows who it's going to be. We've seen a lot more success in tournament play by taking that approach now.
I think those are really great points, Bill. I think a couple other things that I thought of that really pushed us to the model we're in right now is saving time and reducing drama. In particular, I think what a lot of teams do, and teams that like 1678 used to do this, and the team I was on in high school did it this way, is we would run driver practice with the competition robot after it was mostly built, and we would run like drills and stuff, and everyone would get a chance to do it. You'd like write all these scores on a whiteboard and stuff like that. And that took up a ton of time during the build season, where your time is everything, and you need to spend time fixing the robot or making improvements or practicing with your competition drive team, getting ready for the competition, and you're spending time having everybody on the sticks. And granted, if you're a team that wants to give everyone stick time, that's great. Just do it in the fall. Don't do it, in between February and March when your time with the robot is super limited. And then also, like, running drive team selection in that time window is just like, it's a perfect like storm of drama, because everybody is like tired and sleep deprived after 2 months of build season. And there's all this pressure ramping up for your competition season. And by making the drive team like the focus of your team in that highly concentrated window, it's a powder keg. of emotions and frankly, I've seen teams like split up and community teams form because students couldn't be drivers on their team, right? And that's just because of it's a poorly managed situation all around. So by moving the drive team selection way to the beginning of your off season, like you guys are doing and what we do during the summer, it offloads all that like tension and allows the whole team to function as a full unit for the entire year. So.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely agreed. Hey, real quick, we got a question from Robotic Sniper. He's asking if we choose a backup driver. I don't know about you guys. I know that we always have a second driver specifically chosen already, just for those off instances that our main driver has to have an interview for an award or something, and they can't make a match. Or heaven forbid they get sick, like students get sick, and we definitely have a backup driver every time, and they spend almost as much practice time as the primary driver does, because we want to make sure that we're at least 2 deep.
Yeah, we don't have a practice driver, but we probably should. We just don't. I think a couple of times we've had someone that has like off-season drive experience fill in if really needed, but we typically don't.
Yeah.
Just different approaches.
Yep.
All right. Should we move on to our next question, Ellie?
Yep.
Or our next panel question?
What's the goal of your driver and drive team training?
Actually, that's really good. Let me give you the big picture view first, and that's that when they're actually, I think this is, did I even respond to that? No. Big picture view is we want our drive team so completely comfortable with what they're doing that they're not thinking about what they're doing, right? You don't want a driver have to say, okay, for me to make the system shoot, I have to pull this button. And to turn right, I want my joystick to go this way. You want them to be so comfortable with driving that they are instinctively driving. So what we do is our goal is to get the team driving fluidly. So it's as though one person's operating the entire system, because you always have a pilot and a co-pilot, right? And what we want to do is we want them to operate the robot as one, as though it was one person doing it. Perfect example, I remember, I think it was back in 2012, the first time I actually saw our robot. We were at Madtown, right? Madtown, last tournament of the year. And suddenly our robot is operating perfectly smoothly, and it's as though one person's operating it. It's like we finally got to that point. Now, granted, this is late in the season, right? This was back when we were using the different approach to our drive team, where we pick the driver based on the whole criteria of who does the best, and then try to pick a co-pilot. And so finally, by the end of the season, they'd had so many tournaments, so many matches together, that the robot was operating as a single person was doing it. So what we want them to be able to do is, now our goals are, at the beginning of the season, we choose our team strategy for how we want to play the game. And then during our practice sessions, we have them practice with each of the individual elements of the game till they get really good at that. And then we piece all those elements together into a match, so that they can play our strategy without being told what to do, right, by the drive coach. But we also want them so comfortable with the strategy and the operation of the robot that when the drive coach changes the strategy on the fly, because match dynamics, sometimes you have to vary your strategy a little bit, all the drive coach has to tell them to do is what to do, and they go do it. They don't have to think about how they pull it off, because they're so comfortable with the operation of the robot that everything is instinctive. and they operate together. They've had so much practice time together that they can anticipate what each other is doing. And you'll watch our drive team. If you watch up really close, they're not verbally speaking to each other a whole lot because they know what each other is doing because they practice together. Granted, sometimes you have to talk to each other, and there is that communication, but it can be really noisy behind the glass. And so having them super comfortable with each other is really our ideal, that they can execute strategy without being told what to do, and they can switch it up as needed when the dynamics of the match dictate that they need to, or their drive coach tells them they need to. So that's our basic goals for our driver team training. How do you go about doing it, Mike?
Yeah, so a couple of goals that we have. I think running a lot of drive team training allows you to exercise the overall commitment of your drive team. And this may seem like a little abstract, but in essence, the capacity for your drive team to show up, practice hard, run drills, swap batteries out quickly, do it again, cool the motors, do it again. That all is reinforcing this idea that the drive team is there to help the overall team succeed. So those drive team practice sessions give me an opportunity to coach our drive team up in that specific mentality. So if there's a lack of follow-up on showing up for practices or a lack of hustle when we're on the practice field, I have the ability to, ideally we're running cycles that we would normally run in a competition. Like last year, driving under the trench, shooting, driving back under the trench, picking up balls, driving under the trench, shooting, like doing that drill over and over again, which is a route we ran often at competition. Another great thing about drive team training is getting runtime on the robot to identify issues. I mean, we get the most runtime on the robot by testing our autos and doing drive practice. So the more drive practice we're doing, the more runtime we're getting on the robot and the more opportunities we have to identify issues. And then I think, Bill, you mentioned this, but the coordination between drive team members, specifically having the operator and the driver in sync, but also having the operator and driver in sync with a human player if there's any coordinated action that the human player needs to do, like dumping balls in the robot, things like that. 2015 was a great example with that shoot door with the slidey and the chutes going up and down. Like that human player had to practice, and they had to be ready right when the driver was lined up to start going and direct the driver if they were off alignment, things like that. So getting the coordination between the drive team members down is a huge part of this.
Yeah, I remember watching your Recycle Rush team. You had your driver, you had your co-pilot, and you had your human player. And that human player got a workout every single match. Loading the bins, it was just crazy watching that. So, and that's what you're mentioning there is that's the whole team, right? The whole drive team. It's not just the pilot, co-pilot. And you're right, the human player absolutely has to have be part of that practice so that they're all working together as a unit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what you got next for us, Ellie? Sorry, oops.
What methods do you use for driver training?
Yeah, you see my first point there, practice. And then Mike hit on that. It's just, you literally, Mike, one of your big points that you like to use is fail fast, right? If you don't work your robot hard and fast, you're not going to know where it's going to fail. And that comes with driving it a lot. But yeah, one of our methods is just practice every single day. And you can't always do that because, like you said, also, sometimes you got to add components to your robot. You got to fix components on the robot that you broke. All of those things come up with lots of practice time. So, yeah, we break down our practices when we first, like you said, you even start your robot drive team practice before it's finished, when it's finally ready to at least start doing. And we break it down. So often, especially early on, we'll have them doing just some basic driving on a single flat piece of carpet, just trying to recreate a pattern. And then we'll add some obstacles. And then we'll have them run, or then we'll put up a like obstacle course to learn. The driver especially has to learn to be able to drive that robot forward, backwards, any which way. And so we'll actually set up a course for them to practice on. Once they get very comfortable with driving, right, then we start having them driving with the field elements. So our process is, first get the feel of the robot, help the programmers with tuning the drive control, because our drive control, we have what we call Eagle Drive, and it's tunable software that changes the way that the robot responds to driver input, and we'll tune it to that driver's preferences, and we start that process while they're doing simple driving, like just on the carpet, maybe with some stools or some milk crates or some balls, just something to give them be able to locate and maneuver the robot effectively. And we will tune the robot at start that process at that point. Then we'll start working with the actual field elements and getting it to where they can actually link all the steps in our strategy together, driving on our practice field. So, and again, back to practice, practice, practice. So that's our basic method is, start simple and just make it more complex until they're doing everything as smoothly and accurately as possible. And a lot of times our robot at first won't even have the ability to use like Limelight for self-alignment. And so the drivers are practicing getting it as close as possible without Limelight. Because, sometimes Limelight fails. We actually have had that happen. Cameras fail. And so the driver has to take over. But those are all things that they're practicing. So hopefully we don't have to deal with that scenario too often, but yeah. So that's part of our method. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, so I think a couple of keys for what we do. Keeping at least a few robots running year over year is important. I know this is really hard, especially if you're a small team and you don't have a lot of history and your budgets aren't too big. But as best you can, try to at least keep your past year's robot running all the way up until you finished your next year's robot and you have to move the RoboRio over. But keeping that robot running or multiple robots running is going to give you options for just powering up a robot and starting driver practice. Starting early, this is another reason why we do our selections over the summer typically, is we can hop in the shop in a normal year and start going on drive-based related drills right away. Having those off seasons to go to is another big way to get driver training in. And it's not just the time at the off season. Obviously, you're going to want to make sure they're ready to go at the off season. So, going to an off season inherently means you're going to be running practice before your off season to get ready. So there's a lot of opportunities there to get driver training in. The last thing, and this is harder, but if you're already keeping multiple robots running year over year, you can get a lot more practice with defense. And especially as your team gets more familiar with building robots that can score, significant volumes of points, defense is going to become more and more of a factor in your game plan. And so we make a specific point of practicing with defense because we know that when we get to a competition, it's going to be coming at us. And even if you think you're a team that might not get defended on, defense can come to nearly any team in any match. And sometimes counter defense will come. So a lot of times we'll have a counter defender trying to block out their defender that we know is coming. And so your ability to handle a counter defender will allow you to play defense better. So the ability to getting familiar with how you interact with other robots and how you either hit them or avoid them is an important factor. Bill, I think one thing we didn't talk about, but I was thinking about it as you were sharing, is how do you handle, I'm sure you haven't had a full practice field available to you through your team's history.
No.
So how do you handle either practice field access limitations or limited space? What's your advice there?
Well, fortunately, we've been able to, through Capital City Classic and earlier on from the Sacramento Regional, we've been able to get carpet so we can at least set up a quarter field or a half field. Even a half field in our shop and our environment is very difficult to set up. And so what we have to do is we have to kind of just fit it in as best we can. Now, fortunately, the last couple of years, we've actually had a second room as part of our shop area. And in the second room, we can set up a half field now. And so all we do, we end up literally moving field elements around, setting them up in as close a configuration to an actual field so that we can practice specific aspects of it. Having a full field would be fantastic. It's just not an option for us, at least. Half field, we can usually get really close to that in our shop, but there's nothing like a full field. There's just not.
Yeah.
So, you just have to do what you can.
Yeah, and I was thinking about the same thing. Some things our team has done in the past, like I remember 2011 was like our first year we really got serious about driver practice, and it was the first year that we visited 254's shop when they were based out in NASA back in the day, and it was our first time doing full field practice before a competition in our team's history. So finding resources near your team that have a larger field. I know you guys came over to our field this year, before things shut down, and because we don't have a full field either, but we had like almost 3/4 of one, and so it was a little bit more functional, right? And so it's all about like trying to pool the resources and then thinking creatively too. Like in 2013, 2014, we had a couple rolls of carpet, and we would unroll carpet in the cafeteria every Saturday and then roll it back up every Sunday. So we actually were able to do full length cycles in 2014 when that was really important to be able to practice, but we had to tear the field down every Sunday at the end of the weekend. So, like you were saying earlier, like finding any sort of room or nook and cranny, getting a quarter field or a half field, it all can help, but it takes a lot of times it takes some work until you're able to build your program up to a point where you have more permanent access.
Yeah. I mean, even rolling carpet outside is still better than trying to, put one element up on a small piece of carpet in your shop. It's just not, if you have to go outside, do it. It's worth it. The drive practice on the biggest possible field configuration you can set up is absolutely worth the effort to do it. Like I said, you had to set up your carpet and take it down. It's worth it. It's worth it. So, yeah. And you mentioned something earlier. If you guys, I know you saw it, Mike. I don't know how many people paid attention to us this last year. We had a really effective robot when we were undefended. And once we got to Worlds, our production level dropped a bit because people cued in on we weren't nearly as effective with a robot under defense. And it's absolutely something we haven't been able to pull off much in our shop, is taking the time to practice with defense. Lesson learned. Yeah, we're gonna try to avoid that mistake. So going forward, but it's absolutely worth, having frustrate your driver. That's the whole idea. Make your driver figure out how to do it, right? So, RC's got a great story about that when they're with their driver learning to drive their swerve system. Try to stop them now. Their times practicing was well worth it.
Yeah, it paid off in 2019, right? Watching them drive that swerve around, you could tell that they practiced with a lot of defense.
Yeah,
big deal.
Yeah, it was a beautiful thing to watch. So
totally.
Yeah.
We've got one more slide here. What methods do you use for whole drive team training?
Yeah, these are actually, we kind of touched on most of these already. Our methods are, again, start with the basics and then build on, kind of like we always say when we're programming, build it like an onion in one layer at a time. Same thing with our team practices. We have to have them working together, and you have to start off simple stuff like, can you grab the hatch plate from the loading station? Do that over and over and over until they're doing it smoothly every time. Can you put the cargo in the rocket consistently? And you have to do that. But once you kind of build the individual pieces, then you start stringing them together as the entire strategy would be used on an actual game match. And again, I think I've got it right here. The ultimate goal of our drive team is so they can execute each one of their tasks without ever thinking about how to execute it, because they are so experienced doing it. I mean, when you're driving your car, you don't think, reach over here, turn the turn indicator on so I can turn. You just do it, right? Driving the robot is the same way. We don't want our students having to think about which button to push to launch the cargo or launch whatever the game piece is, or to intake it. It's just instinctive. But that all starts with the basics first, and then adding each additional piece to that until it's all smooth, and then do it again and again and again. That's the practice, practice, practice.
I think to add on to that, I mean, all this practice is obviously, it's a lot of hard work. One thing that I encourage our drive team to do each year is to practice hard and practice smart. So we try to incorporate at least a baseline level of measuring our practice results and incorporating that feedback into how we go further in practice. So, for example, I'll have maybe another team member as an observer taking notes on each practice round and noting things like what was the production level, like Bill, I think, phrased it earlier, like how many balls did the robot score that match, but also taking notes on things like what went wrong. This is one area that I know that if we're getting too caught up in our practice and we're not being careful about this, we'll miss this point. But it's important to note when something went wrong with the robot such that you cannot complete the match effectively. Okay. So an example of this is like you start a 2.5 minute practice round, you get 30 seconds in, and you pick up a ball the wrong way and it jams into a roller, and that's the rest of your match. You can't keep practicing, right? This is a very common thing. It's happened to our robots a million times, okay? The temptation is, I want to keep practicing. I'm going to hop on, pull the ball out, restart the clock, and let's start another round, okay? The problem is that if you are not taking careful note of that instance, then your team doesn't know to correct that before the competition. Okay. Right. And the issue here is a matter of the gravitas you put to driver practice versus the gravitas you put to a match on the field. Okay.
Right.
To be frank, you're driving the robot around, a ball gets jammed, you have to step out on the practice field, pull out the ball, and restart your practice round. There's no sweat off your back in that instance. But you hop onto the real field and a ball jams in your intake 30 seconds in the match, you're losing that match, and it's a pretty big deal, right? So having this mentality of that what happens in the practice rounds matters, right? We need to take note of it and do some careful analysis on what's going on, because that's going to come back if we're not taking careful note of it now. We can do things now, we can ignore things now, but it's going to come back to bite us. So you got to be taking careful notes. You have to have good feedback, and you have to address all of your problems, not just push them aside because it only happened once or twice that day.
Right. Yeah. In sports, there's an analogy in sports. It's like practice like you play, and that's exactly what you're saying. Is you gotta practice, and like you said, perfect example. We had our robot last year. We got stuck with a ball in it in Monterey. Well, we realized we'd never practiced that scenario, and so we had to add some extra code in that would allow us to unjam that ball. Right, and it's exactly what you're talking about. If we practiced that at home, we would have known. Right, so yeah, it's you got to practice hard, but you got to practice like you're going to play.
Yep, absolutely. and that's where we talked a little bit about it, but having human players practice as well. So have your actual human player there with you. I know that temptation could be like, oh, the human player is off, working on another aspect of our team. You gotta, maybe they don't need to be there every single time, maybe, but you really got to bring them in, and they need to be a key component of your drive practice so that your whole team is on the same page. And then the last thing that I had noted based off this question was practicing line of sight conditions. So this is something that I think gets overlooked a lot, but I watch, I do like a lot of just like scouring the internet to see what other teams are posting on YouTube or whatever. So I'm always watching to see how other teams are developing their robots. And specifically, I'll see teams of all sorts of resource levels do their practice. And one of the things that I see most often is I see teams practicing with their robot and their field elements and their drivers in orientations relative to each other that would be impossible in a real competition. And so a good example of this is like in 2017 with the pegs that you had to put the gears on, and then where you had to pick up the gears. When you place the gears on the pegs, there were 3 different gear spots, pegs, at 3 different angles. And so if you only ever practiced with like yourself, the robot, and the pegs all in a line, it may look like a fairly easy problem because you can just line your robot up perfectly because you have a straight line of sight. But if you're in driver station number 1 and you're scoring on peg number 3, you can't even see peg number 3 from station number 1. But if you're never practicing that combination of orientations, you're not going to know that. And then on the other end of the field, the gear pickup slot was 50 feet away from your driver station, but I see teams practicing on their YouTube videos where their driver's sitting like right next to the slot, right? And they're just like driving up to the slot and throwing the disc. Like that is not valuable at all. So even if you don't have a full field, like what we've done in the past is we've actually like moved the driver station into another room to get 50 feet away, and they're like looking through a doorway into the carpet that's on the other side of the other room, just so you can get that distance and they can practice that coordination while not being right next to the robot where they'll never realistically be in a competition. So it's harder to do if you don't have a full field, but it's still totally doable. Another really funny example of this that I just recalled right now, in 2016, do you remember the big pole wars that were happening then where teams had those camera poles, right? Yeah. Because depending on what defenses were on the field, your view could be really obstructed. I have pictures. I wish I would have put them in the slides, but where we had a camera pole and a screen and everything for video feedback. For some of our practice sessions, even though we didn't have a full field, we put the camera pole up and we had the drivers face backwards, right? And so they had to drive off of the screens,
right,
while scoring and everything, and they couldn't look at the robot at all. So that's how we practiced them using the screens to like find balls that were hidden behind obstructions and stuff like that, because that was an important part of the game that year. So those line of sight factors are a big deal, and prepare for them. Man, it can be a real shock to the driver when they get to the competition and they realize that they're not 2 feet away from the scoring element.
Right. Yeah. And what you just mentioned, I was literally going to mention that because I remember seeing your team practicing using their vision system only to drive, because you're going to find situations where you need to do that if you're going to be in a location on the field trying to score, trying to pick up a game piece or whatever. And your drivers need to learn to trust their vision system to either guide the robot to the object or allow the driver to see. I mean, this last season was a perfect example during the sandstorm where drivers either had to have a perfectly tuned limelight system to guide the robot into the loading station or into the rocket or the cargo ship. But most teams found that their driver was just as effective using a live camera feed. And you got to practice that. That doesn't come instinctively. If the student can see the robot in front of them, they're going to look at the robot. But if you remember, when you were trying to position a cargo hatch on the back side of the robot, you could not see that from any position, any driver position. You had to use either a live camera or you had to use a targeting system that could accurately position you. And yeah, if you don't practice that and get the drive team super comfortable with trusting their technology, they're always going to default to trying to look. Well, Sandstorm prevented that. Well, Sandstorm was just a short period, right? But you've got a whole match where that same situation is going to come up over and over and over.
Yep.
You know, so even Steamworks, I mean,
100%.
even Steamworks had that huge tower right in the middle of the field. If you were on, if you were on drive position 3 and your loading station was diagonal across the field, you never saw the loading station. You had to trust your camera to guide you in. So yeah, that is huge, and that's something that I think we're seeing more and more and more in these games, is the reliance on vision to be a huge piece of how your robot's operated. So just you've got to practice it.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, I think we're
Awesome.
going to move on to taking some audience questions. We have one in the chat already from Miguel Macias. How does your drive team change how you design the control for your robot? Or do you guys choose your drive team with a general understanding of how the robot controls will be?
Can I start that one? Because Miguel's one of my students or alumni. He's actually student. It's a great question, Miguel. He's actually helped organize this whole thing, Capital City Classic, this year. So, but great question, because it does make a difference. We try to design. Well, we try to choose our drive team and use their input as to how they want to control the robot. Eagle Force recently, about 4 years ago, started using a steering wheel and a joystick to drive the robot. I mean, that gives you like 30 buttons to choose from, but we let our driver and our co-pilots choose which buttons do what, because that way they're, it's what's normal for them. But now we're also using an Xbox controller. Typically the co-pilot uses an Xbox controller. Pardon me. But again, they get to define which button does what, because it's just, if they're doing it without having to think about it and it's where they expect it to be, then it's easy to program a button to do a function. That's easy. So any button that they choose can be the function. Drive code, though, for actually driving the robot, we have, like I said, a set of tuning parameters, and we work with the driver to adjust those parameters for their preferences. But the actual choice of whether we're using dual joysticks or a steering wheel and one joystick, pretty much right now we use one platform, and if we have no driver that can drive it that way, then we'll modify. But pretty much this is the platform you'll use to drive, and then we tune it to their preferences. Or at least that's our approach.
Yeah. Bill, you broke it down exactly how I was going to break it down. You have the drive code and those related control inputs, which are going to stay constant year over year. And then you have all the buttons for the operator, and those are open for change. I think we do the exact same thing. We have the software robot team normally throw out a first draft of the button commands to the operator, but it's really important that your software students are open to feedback from your operator on what's working and what isn't working with regarding to the button scheme and stuff like that.
We have another question from Caleb N. Do you have any tips for supporting the drive team when things go wrong and drive team morale is down?
I'll hit this first. So one thing, I talked about this actually recently with another team. One thing I enjoy about having an adult as the drive coach is you're able to be there in those moments, and then you're also able to kind of take the fall for any mishaps in the match, because ultimately, like, what we do on the field is my decision as the drive coach. And if something doesn't shake out the way we're hoping for it to, that ultimately falls on me. And so I think that's one of the key things that I do, at least as a drive coach, is make it known that, like, if something goes wrong and morale is starting to sink, that, like, ultimately it was my call, the thing that we did that may have resulted in a loss or a poor match, right? But the flip side to that is keeping the drive team goal oriented on what we're trying to accomplish. I think it's natural to feel down about losing a match. Totally, it's just a human thing to do. I do it. I fully expect our drive teams to do it too. But it's a matter of how do you react in those moments, and where do you go from there? So it's really important to I think it's cliche, but to really, like, it's not just stay positive, really, because you're not just trying to ignore what happened, but you want to be analytical, you want to be practical, you want to evaluate what happened, and have a level-headed evaluation of what went down, and then work with your drive team and your pit team and any other groups that have a say in things, and evaluate what happened and correct for the upcoming matches or the upcoming event. It's really, and as the drive coach, you really have to set the tone, because the rest of your drive team is focused on their individual tasks, fixing up the robot, picking up the robot and moving it off the field after a loss, stuff like that. As a drive coach, you need to steer the whole ship in a productive direction, not necessarily ignoring what happened, but taking it as a lesson learned.
Yeah, we have a process that we do right after every single match, and we do a debrief. Win or lose, we do a debrief, and what we choose to do during that debrief is identify what we did right so we can repeat it, identify what we did wrong so we can avoid repeating it, and then each person in the team basically says, hey, look, I screwed up. I didn't do this right. And we don't place blame. We just identify what each person, we let them identify it themselves. That's part of being a mature student, is saying, hey, I made a mistake and I will do better. And that's all there is to it. And once they say they're going to do better, we move on. That's one thing on Eagle Force we don't do, is point fingers and lay blame, because that's non-productive. It will drag your team down. And by allowing the students to identify where their weaknesses are, it allows them to build strength in those areas. So we do that every single match, and like you said, Mike, it's ultimately the drive coach's responsibility for making the play or calling the plays on the field. You're going to find that in any sport, and it's the drive team's responsibility to execute those plays. And then beyond that, everybody's now being accountable for their actions, and they get to celebrate it together, right? We all make mistakes, so the mistake isn't the issue. And I think this is kind of what you said. We all make mistakes, but it's how you respond to that mistake that really makes a difference, match after match, tournament after tournament, as to how your team's going to perform. Yeah. So.
Yep.
A question from Brianna. Do you have any tips for people hoping to be driver for their team to improve themselves on their own time, particularly during COVID when we can't physically control the robot?
Well, I mean, I think if you rewind a little bit to what we talked about in the beginning, if you're hoping to be a driver on the team, I would think for most teams, being a committed member is going to be one of the key factors there. I know with the team that I mentor, that's a huge deal. So finding ways to contribute, and it's hard in COVID. It's hard even to organize a team to do things in general. So being a leader and being proactive and finding ways to take on responsibility outside of drive team, finding ways to take on responsibility and become a more involved leader on the team, and just frankly putting in the work, putting in the hours on your team is going to be probably one of the best things you can do to prepare for hopes of being a drive team member.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better, Mike. I mean, it'd be easy to say something like, "Yeah, go play Mario Kart," but that's really not going to help you be a better team member. It's going to teach you the skills of pushing buttons, but a drive team member, or a driver for that matter, they've got to be a lot more than just the person that makes the robot run. They've got to be a huge contributing portion of your team. And every single year since we've taken on this new process of choosing that driver early, that's been the first thing we look at, is not their skill level, but are they a contributing member to the team? That's really where you want to start.
Totally. We have time for one more, Ellie.
I don't think we have any more. We have a question from Diego, actually. I'm not sure if it's necessarily relevant, but have you ever thought about switching to swerve drive in order to get better maneuverability?
That's a great question. I think swerve drives are really cool, but and we've practiced with them in the off season, so on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we had a sponsor that part of our proposal to them was to use the funds that they provide us to build a swerve drive, or to learn how to do swerve. And we were actually fortunate enough to receive sponsorship to pay for that. So we're literally in the process of selecting a swerve drive. Instead of trying to design our own, we're going to go ahead and buy an off-the-shelf system, get it to our programmers early on, and then after they've learned to program it, then we'll actually build a frame for it, and then we can start the actual drive practice. But I'll tell you one thing flat out. Swerve is not something you want to put on a competition field until you've practiced with it. So.
Yep. 100%.
All right, I think that's all we have today. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you, Bill and Mike. This was a great panel.
You bet.
Thanks, Ellie.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ellie. We appreciate it. Thanks, Mike. It's good talking to you again.